Chapter 433. More than 1,000 people followed Administrator Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, they did not cause any commotion in the huge Myriad Star City. Myriad Star City was too big. Furthermore, there were too many experts. Countless people flew around in the sky every day. Everyone was already used to it. Due to the large number of people in the sky, flying in the sky of Myriad Star City had a speed limit. If there was no speed limit, one would not be able to control the speed of a few kilometers or even 10 kilometers in an instant. A large number of cultivators would crash into each other. At that time, they would not die in battle but collide with other cultivators. That would be awkward. Half an hour later, Administrator Huang led the crowd to a huge building. This building was a pavilion. It was 7 stories tall and looked extraordinarily majestic. There was a stone tablet in front of the pavilion with a row of words written on it. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Tianxian Region Eastern Branch. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region? It can't be, right? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. The others were the same. Although this pavilion was huge, it could not accommodate many people. It would be too shabby to say that this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Haha. Little fellows, watch carefully. Administrator Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and laughed. Following that, he took out a purple gold token and inserted his veritable energy. The purple gold token flickered with light and spread out. Suddenly, ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Administrator Huang smiled and stepped into the whirlpool. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Could there be another paradise? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and stepped in as well. The world suddenly changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge plaza. The plaza was at least 10 kilometers long and wide. The ground was actually paved with white jade. Inscriptions flickered on the white jade. More than 3,000 people all appeared in the plaza. In the square, there was an earth-shattering discussion. That is, Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of them was an endless stretch of vast mountains. Some of the peaks in the mountains were so tall that they reached into the clouds. They were extraordinarily majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and pagodas, all of them incomparably majestic, so much so that they were as tall as mountains. Spirit birds could be seen flying between the mountains and the palaces. The roars of strange beasts could also be heard, resounding throughout the world. At the same time, one could also see the silhouettes of martial artists shuttling back and forth in the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Tianxian region? It's actually in a plain. Moreover, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so dense, 5 or 6 times that of the Myriad Star City. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he pondered. No wonder there was only one tower outside the Myriad Star City. Alright everyone. This is the real sub-palace of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Although it's only a small subplane, it's considered big among small subplanes. It's tens of millions of miles long and wide. It has abundant resources. Deacon Huang explained proudly. Traversing tens of millions of miles? It is indeed huge. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Actually, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of planes along the way. However, they were all small planes. There were very few medium-sized planes. This was because medium-sized planes were vast and boundless. The laws of heaven and earth were very complete, and could evolve into a world on their own. Only official Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards can enter this place to cultivate. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards do not have this qualification. Probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards live in the Myriad Star City, and have to go through tough training and tests before they can become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people nodded silently, rejoicing that they had become Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards. If they had become probationary Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards, they would have had to go through a lot of training. Furthermore, the success rate would not have been high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I will help you with the procedures to join the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Please wait here for a while. Deacon Huang continued. Everyone saw a huge palace at the side of the plaza. People were coming and going in the palace. This was probably the place where they would go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young girl came to Deacon Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it. The storage ring flashed and a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your token, known as the Divine Guard token. It records your information in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. At the same time, when you go out, it also represents your identity as a Heavenly Emperor Divine Guard. The Divine Guard token is made of purple gold cold iron. It is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders cannot copy it. The first one, Lu Ming, this is your Eastern Sky Divine Guard token. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Haha, little brother Lu, congratulations. There are many benefits to becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Not only do you have the qualification to enter the 100 God slope, but the place you live in is also different. Wait a moment, I will bring you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. Thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming an Eastern Sky Divine Guard represented a boundless future. Didn't you see that even Deacon Huang was polite to Lu Ming? He wanted to build a good relationship with him. Haha, no need to be polite. Next, Zhongsheng. He is injured now. I will give it to him later. Deacon Huang took out another token. Next, Deacon Huang distributed the tokens one by one. Lu Ming had already walked to the side and took the token. He injected his true qi and looked at it. The token flickered with a faint light and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, from the Blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, 19 years old, Tianxian Domain's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor Divine Guards were divided into several ranks. First rank was the lowest. Above them were second rank, third rank, fourth rank. Lu Ming didn't know the highest rank. The others also looked at it one by one. Soon, Deacon Huang finished distributing all the tokens. Now, I will bring you guys around the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. Deacon Huang said. Then he flew towards the vast mountains. The others rose into the sky and followed him. I believe you guys know that the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has 9 halls, which correspond to wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, thunder, ice, and mountain. These are the 9 commonly seen intent realms of heaven and earth. But other than the 9 halls, there are a few other places in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the heaven-reaching pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The heaven-reaching pagoda is divided into many levels. You will get a corresponding reward for each level you pass. Chapter 434. There was a tall tower in front of them. It was dark and majestic. It covered an area of 100 acres and was as tall as the mountains. It was unknown how many floors there were. Tower of Babel. It really lives up to its name. Lu Ming exclaimed. Immediately, Deacon Huang led the group and continued forward. They passed mountain after mountain and palace after palace. Occasionally, experts would fly by and glance at them curiously. Those experts were young, around 27 or 28 years old. The older ones were around 30 years old. They were all in the golden age of martial artists. However, the auras of these young experts were extremely terrifying. Their auras were monstrous and unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that the weakest of them were half-step kings. Some of them were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step kings. Among Lu Ming and the group, many young geniuses were peerless geniuses in their respective regions. However, when they sensed the auras of these young experts, their faces turned pale. They were too weak. Cough cough, don't be discouraged. Many of these young experts are from the previous generation of Emperor Sky Divine Guards. They have cultivated for 5 more years than you. Naturally, they are very strong. After cultivating for 5 more years, you may not be weaker than them. Deacon Huang said loudly. That's right. I will definitely be stronger in the future. Me too. Many young people took a deep breath and cheered themselves up. They regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded with satisfaction. Soon, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It is extremely magical. After entering, you can observe the changes of the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. Deacon Huang introduced. What? It can help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. That's right. Not only can it help you comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help you comprehend the force. Deacon Huang continued. What? It can help you comprehend the force? Many young people's eyes lit up. Of course. The Tao Enlightenment Palace is second only to the 100 Gods Slope in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. It was built by the palace master of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, the great Martial Emperor De. Deacon Huang said proudly. Martial Emperor De. Oh my God! The young men were astounded. De was an aloof martial emperor. He was one of the strongest people in the Divine Wasteland continent. He was extremely famous. His name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Enlightenment Palace was built by Emperor De. Just thinking about it made people excited. Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. Supreme Nine Yang had helped him suppress the Nine Dragons' bloodline aura for 10 years. Now about a year had passed. There were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of Supreme Nine Suns would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor De. This was almost impossible, but Lu Ming would not give up. He was filled with motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. But I have to tell you that if you want to cultivate in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, you have to pay 100 spiritual crystals for 1 day. Deacon Huang smiled. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, that's too expensive. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A top-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 top-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for 1 day of cultivation. Everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their hearts suddenly became cold. With their wealth, even if they used up everything they had, they would only be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang smiled gently and did not say anything. He continued to fly forward. Soon, they arrived at a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky. Spiritual birds flew and auspicious beasts roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see that between the trees, there were many courtyards. They were stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire mountain. Nobody knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in Myriad Star City. This will be your residence. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Your courtyard number is marked on your Divine Guard tokens. You just need to check in with the correct number. Deacon Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. And there are some other wonderful places in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I won't show you one by one. You can slowly explore them later. After saying that, Deacon Huang flew to the front of Lu Ming and said with a smile, Little brother Lu, as an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, your courtyard is not in this area. It is on the mountain peak. There are 4 spiritual springs there. 4 courtyards have been built at the spiritual springs for the 4 heavenly divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built at the spiritual springs. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed. Countless gazes fell on Lu Ming, filled with envy. The spiritual springs was a place where spiritual chi erupted. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was unimaginably dense. Gazes of envy and jealousy were fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He did not expect the treatment of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be so good. No wonder everyone wanted to seize this position. Staying at the spiritual springs I was also very beneficial for Lu Ming's cultivation. Little brother Lu Ming, let me bring you up, Deacon Huang said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Soon after, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the mountain peak, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Not only can Lu Ming stay at the spiritual spring's eye, he also has a spot to enter the 100 Gods slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. Someone sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked his talent to be so good? We can't compare. Let's go find our own courtyards. Let's go. Immediately, the youths flew down the mountain peak and walked towards those courtyards. Every courtyard was marked with a number. Everyone just had to check in according to the number. Lu Ming and Deacon Huang arrived at the mountain peak. Standing in the air, they could see that there was a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. It was filled with clouds and mist, like a fairyland. These were the courtyards where the 4 heavens divine guards lived. Because the mountain peak was too large, the 4 courtyards were at least a few miles apart from each other. The one in the east is your courtyard. Deacon Huang pointed at the courtyard in the east and introduced. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest first. This Huang will not disturb you. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 heavens divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. It needs your divine guard token to activate it. This is to prevent others from disturbing your cultivation, Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming thanks Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. Since others were showing goodwill to him, he naturally would not refuse. Chapter 435. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area, and the building was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied with it. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was the Divine Guard token that Lu Ming had. Then Lu Ming injected his true qi into the token. The token shone with rays of light, and the rays of light extended into the courtyard. Buzz. The monastery trembled and a curtain of light appeared. That curtain of light enveloped the entire monastery. At this moment, the light screen in front of the door split into 2. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to worry about others spying on his cultivation or secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in. Once Lu Ming entered, the light screen automatically closed. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge and flowing water. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. There were also 2 rooms and a living room. The courtyard was filled with dense qi, spiritual qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a substance. It could be seen how dense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. Lu Ming carefully sensed that there was an endless amount of spiritual qi flowing out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and the 9 dragons' bloodline condensed. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, between heaven and earth, the extremely rich spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming. The endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into Lu Ming's true qi. The true qi condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was incomparably pure. It continuously converged with Lu Ming's true qi and condensed Lu Ming's true qi. Lu Ming felt that his true qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and was infinitely close to the martial ancestor realm 9th realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than outside, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Cultivating for a day here is equivalent to cultivating for 100 days outside. Lu Ming sighed to himself. After the cultivation just now, although Lu Ming did not break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was extremely close. Lu Ming estimated that as long as he cultivated here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true dragon battle art to the 7th level. The density of his true qi was 8 times that of ordinary true qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, it would take at least a few years for Lu Ming to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here could greatly accelerate Lu Ming's cultivation speed. What a great place! Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. The cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, he suddenly felt the badge vibrating slightly. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the badge. Someone is outside. Lu Ming thought. Who could it be? Could it be Jian Fengyan? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor God Palace. Who would be looking for him now? He rose from his seat and walked out. The badge glowed, and the light screen parted automatically. Outside the residence, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was around 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back without emitting any aura, but Lu Ming felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. The young man stood there casually like an insurmountable mountain. Such a high cultivation. This person is definitely a peerless expert of the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he thought. The young man in white looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and said, Lu Ming. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Lu Ming asked. I am Mu Shuyuan, an ordinary Emperor God Palace Divine Guard. The young man in white robe smiled. Your surname is Mu? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He asked tentatively, Oh, I have never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu is looking for me? It's nothing important. But since you have just arrived, I have to remind you of something. Mu Shuyuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you haven't been out for the past few days. Now the new batch of Dtion Divine Guards is spreading the rumor that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their reputation. They have the lowest combat power and the weakest cultivation level. Mu Shuyuan said. Is there such a thing? Lu Ming frowned. It's absolutely true. Moreover, this time, the east side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west sides all have half-step king level geniuses. The other 3 divine guards all have half-step king level geniuses. Moreover, the south and west sides each have 2 half-step king level geniuses. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side doesn't have a single half-step king. I heard that the 2 defeated half-step kings in the south and west are already eyeing you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you are defeated, they will seize the throne of your Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 Gods Slope. Mu Shuyuan said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Shuyuan and said, I'm more curious. Why are you telling me this for no reason? You don't need to know about this. Be careful during this period of time. After saying this, Mu Shuyuan turned around and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Even with his eyesight, he almost failed to see how Mu Shuyuan left. I'm afraid this Mu Shuyuan is not only a first-layer martial emperor. He might be even stronger. Who exactly is he? Why did he remind me out of kindness? His surname is also Mu. I wonder what is his relationship with Senior Mullins? Lu Ming's mind was filled with doubts. After pondering for a long time, he still could not figure it out. Forget it. I'll go and sort it out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient palace of the Emperor Heaven God Palace, Mu Shuyuan was reporting the news to an old man. I've already reminded Lu Ming. Mu Shuyuan said. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still too weak compared to that person. We shouldn't help him too much. It's enough to remind him that he still has to rely on himself to become an expert. Only by going through hardships will he be able to grow stronger. Only then will he have a chance to face that person in the future. The old man let out a sigh and said, It's going to be difficult. However, that little girl does have a good eye. To be able to find such a genius at a tiny place like the Cloud Monarch mountain range. Mu Shuyuan said smilingly. The two chatted for a while longer, before Mu Shuyuan excused himself. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. Chapter 436. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon, and took out all the storage rings he had obtained during this period of time to clear them out. After a day, he finally finished clearing them out. The rewards this time were terrifying and had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. The most important thing was Zongsheng's storage ring. In Zongsheng's storage ring, there were more than 1,000 storage rings. All of them were obtained by Zongsheng after killing other geniuses, and he had yet to check them out. After checking them out, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, various middle and upper spiritual crystals. If converted to lower spiritual crystals, he would have a total of 56 billion spiritual crystals. Yes, more than 50 billion spirit crystals. How terrifying was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes were filled with joy. There were also some other materials, such as spiritual weapons, that were not included. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a period of time. If I convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a lot. Lu Ming thought happily. Then he moved his hand and 2 black withered branches appeared in his hand. These 2 black withered branches were the ones that had been shot out from the gate of heaven. Originally, Lu Ming had only obtained one of them. The other one was with Li Qiushui. However, since Li Qiushui had been killed by him, this withered branch naturally fell into his hands. I wonder what use it is. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The place he was going to was a famous place in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mystical Treasure Tower. In the Mystical Treasure Tower, one could exchange for all kinds of treasures and buy and sell all kinds of treasures. The Mystical Treasure Tower was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall, and took up an area of a few thousand acres. There were many people coming and going inside and it was very lively. It's so huge! Lu Ming exclaimed. In fact, every sect would have a facility like the Mystical Treasure Tower, so that it would be convenient for their disciples to exchange for treasures. The Mystic Essence Sword sect also had one, but it was much smaller than the Mystical Treasure Tower in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. There were people coming and going in the hall. There were at least a few thousand people. Look, who is that? Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming, this time's Eastern Sky Divine Guard. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. Humph, what Eastern Sky Divine Guard? He was just lucky. There wasn't a decent expert in the East, so he seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. If we put him in the south of us, he's not even in the top 5. Just wait. That defeated half-step king in the south is coveting the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He has been in closed-door training for the past few days. As soon as he comes out, he will definitely challenge Lu Ming. His Eastern Sky Divine Guard position won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait and see. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Of course, most of them were DTON Divine Guards who had just joined this year. There were also some DTON Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Lu Ming naturally heard them. He sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He walked into a room. The room was the place to buy and sell items and exchange items. Little brother, do you need anything? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange low-grade spirit crystals, mid-grade spirit crystals, and high-grade spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. I wonder if that's possible? Lu Ming asked. Of course, but you'll have to pay 1%. The old man replied with a smile. He didn't feel surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for supreme-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached half-step king or even king, other grades of spirit crystals were useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have an effect. Therefore, martial artists above half-step king would exchange other grades of spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Little brother, how many spirit crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals. I want to exchange all of them for supreme-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming said. Okay. What? 50 billion? The old man started to agree casually. However, he reacted in the next moment. The smile on his face froze and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming shouldn't be too old, and probably didn't have many spirit crystals to exchange. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would say 50 billion. Why? I can't exchange? Then I'll exchange for less, Lu Ming said. No, you can exchange. The old man hurriedly shouted. The smile on his face became even brighter. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged 50 billion low-grade spirit crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to get a large commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, please wait a moment. The old man hurriedly ran out. After a while, he rushed back with a storage ring in his hand. Little brother, there are a total of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. You can count them. The old man handed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with rich energy. The spirit chi contained in the supreme-grade spirit crystal had almost turned into a substance. Ordinary martial artists couldn't refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could refine it. Lu Ming scanned it and found that there were exactly 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. A few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are mid-grade spirit crystals, upper-grade spirit crystals, and low-grade spirit crystals in here. There are a total of 50 billion spirit crystals. You can count them, Lu Ming said. Okay. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. Yes, it's 50 billion spirit crystals. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He asked, Little brother, is there anything else you need? Senior, I have some spiritual weapons, martial skills, and materials. Can you help me take a look and see how many supreme-grade spirit crystals they can be exchanged for? Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took them and counted them carefully. These things were worth about 10 billion spirit crystals in the end. Lu Ming had another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man was grinning from ear to ear. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king's demonic cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming planned to buy a batch of demonic cores to reach the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, he would be able to fully comprehend the force. A half-step king's demonic core, 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals for one, the old man said. That's expensive. Chapter 437. 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Senior, give me 100. Lu Ming said. 100. The old man was shocked. However, after the series of events, he was already numb to it. Then he took out 100 half-step king beast cores, and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. They exchanged money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the beast cores. He sighed inwardly. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was indeed one of the strongest forces in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If he was in the Blazing Sun Empire, or even the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it would be impossible to buy a half-step king beast core. Lu Ming kept the beast cores and left the mystical treasure house with satisfaction. Back at the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. He waved his hand and 100 beast cores floated in the air. Begin devour. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Shush. Shush. Instantly, 5 beast cores were swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Boom. As soon as the demonic core entered the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it exploded and turned into surging energy that was constantly refined. After the 9 dragons' bloodline reached the 5th grade king grade, Its devouring and refining ability had increased by several folds. The refining speed was terrifying. Huff! The energy within the beast cores was refined and the impurities and harmful substances were left behind. The pure energy essence flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and started to break through. He had already reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. Now he was trying to break through to the 9th grade. Boom! Boom! The beast cores of half-step king beasts were filled with energy. The bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough. 5 more. The 9 dragon's bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 beast cores. Boom! Peng Bo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Continue. Break through to the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to devour the half-step Demon King's monster cores. After reaching the 9th layer martial ancestor realm and devouring the beast cores of half-martial emperor beasts, the rate of improvement of his cultivation was significantly slower. However, Lu Ming had bought a total of 100 Yao cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation base continued to rise. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 beast cores, allowing his cultivation to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how Lu Ming attacked, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. The next step was to comprehend force and intent from force. As long as one comprehended a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, he would be able to use the concept of heaven and earth to refine his true qi. Slowly, he would be able to transform his true qi into a higher level of energy, true essence. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the true qi in one's body had been converted into true essence, one still needed to comprehend a complete concept of heaven and earth and condense a concept rune in one sea of consciousness. Then they would have to go through the test of the lightning tribulation to become a king. Becoming a king was a cut, a natural chasm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cross it. Countless geniuses and geniuses were often stuck at the half-martial emperor realm, unable to make any progress. There were many who had reached the final step and condensed the concept rune, but died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many examples like this. However, once one broke through to the martial emperor realm, one would experience a substantial leap. Not only would one's battle strength increase greatly, even one's lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They could overlook the changes of the world and see the rise and fall of generation after generation. As for a martial ancestor realm, they could only live for 200 years at most, which was not much longer than an ordinary person. In a sense, a king had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was too difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm. For example, the Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a king for over 1,000 years. Although some middle-level empires had kings, they were basically low-level kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one king to appear. It was not bad to have 2 king-level kings. Higher-level empires had more king-level kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become a martial emperor when they were young. However, most of them were exaggerated and only had a possibility. Most of them could not break through to the martial emperor realm in the end. Lu Ming's next step was to comprehend the 2 forces to perfection. Only after his force was perfected could he take another step and comprehend the intent. Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The Tao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend force, so he naturally had to use it. Soon Lu Ming arrived in front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They did not emit any aura. They looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate them. Those who could guard the Tao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial kings. Although they looked ordinary now, once they unleashed their power, it would be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Okay, 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to enter? An old man with a face full of wrinkles said. I want a month. Lu Ming arrived. Then he took out 3,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took them and nodded. Okay, 1 month. Then, a ray of light entered the gate of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The gate rippled with rays of light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a vortex appeared. The gate is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded him. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then strode forward. He stepped into the vortex. Heaven and earth spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in chaos. Yes, it was chaos all around. There was no up or down. It was hazy. Boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. Then Lu Ming saw that in the chaos far away, there was a dot of light shining and then exploding. Whoosh. The chaos was surging. Endless will of heaven and earth and Dharma were entangled and evolved into a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when heaven and earth were created. The will of heaven and earth. What a powerful will of heaven and earth. There are so many will of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were full of various will of heaven and earth. Suddenly, 2 will of heaven and earth became very obvious and filled the world. They were the will of wind and will of fire. They were also the 2 forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or will of heaven and earth appear here according to the different will of heaven and earth that each person comprehended? Martial Emperor De is indeed difficult to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thought seriously. Forget it, let's comprehend first. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and let himself enter a state of emptiness. He extended his mind to comprehend the will of wind and fire in heaven and earth. Chapter 438. First of all, Lu Ming had comprehended the fire force. Fire was scorching hot, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was clear as he focused on comprehending the fire force. With the fire aura that he had comprehended and the fire concept in the outside world, Lu Ming's understanding of the fire aura improved by leaps and bounds. Time passed quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Blazing Sun Empire, Mystic Essence Sword Sect. In the conference hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master Lin Shui, Scarlet Cloud Valley's Valley Master Ling Patian, Ghost Moon Saber Sect Shangguan Ming, Mystic Essence Sword Sect and Scarlet Cloud Valley's upper echelons, Hua Qi and the other Imperial family's upper echelons, and Yan Quan were all gathered together. How's the war going? Lin Shui asked a Mystic Essence Sword Sect's golden-robed elder. Sect Master, it's the same as before. The Decimo Sword Sect is mainly defending. They only occasionally launch small-scale attacks. The golden-robed elder reported. Looks like we were right. That treacherous Qiu Wuyang must be waiting for the results of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. If Qiu Chongkong joins the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he can borrow the power of the Ditian Divine Palace to deal with us. Lin Shui said with a solemn expression. That's right. The Ditian Divine Guards have great power. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be doomed. Moreover, Qiu Chongkong has a backer. Shangguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed and their expressions were solemn. This question had been weighing on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes a Ditian Divine Guard, Qiu Chongkong will have some scruples even if he joins the Ditian Divine Guard. Lin Shui said. According to the time, the selection of the Ditian Divine Guard should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Patian said anxiously. I've already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there's news, they will send it back at the fastest speed. Lin Shui said. It's really making me anxious. Ling Patian grinned. He was an impatient person to begin with. And this matter was related to the fate of the sect, which made him even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, It's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it, Lin Shui said. Although he said that, he was still very anxious. Sect leader, there's news. At this moment, a middle-aged burly man flew in from outside and shouted loudly. This middle-aged man was dressed in a golden robe. He was clearly a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Dtian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Qiu Changkong, how is Qiu Changkong? Did he become an Empyrean Divine Guard? Ling Patian asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong? He has indeed become a Dtian Divine Guard. Elder Feng pondered for a moment before he said, What? Qiu Changkong really became a Dtian Divine Guard? The expressions of Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others changed drastically. The worst thing had happened. Qiu Changkong had successfully become a Dtian Divine Guard. Everyone's heart was extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time, and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become a Dtian Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Many of the strongest geniuses of the Dtian region were defeated by him. In the end, he entered the top 3 of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection. Elder Feng said. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Boom. Boom. Everyone couldn't control their aura, and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked extremely ugly. How could this be? How could this be? Lin Shui kept repeating. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others didn't look any better. How could Qiu Changkong be so strong? How could this be? How could this be? Many people growled in disbelief. They really hoped that they were dreaming. Not only did Qiu Changkong join the Dtian Divine Guard, he even participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard selection, and entered the top 3. This was too unbelievable. At the same time, it was an extremely heavy blow to everyone. If Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be put in an important position in the Dtian Divine Palace. His status and authority would definitely be greater. It must be his master. If it wasn't for his master's help, how could Qiu Changkong reach this step? An old uncle of the royal family growled in dissatisfaction. Since Qiu Changkong had reached this step, the royal family would never be able to take revenge. Bang! Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her energy. She sat heavily on the chair with a trace of despair in her eyes. Even the strongest genius of a super-large region wasn't Qiu Changkong's match. How could they resist? What could they use to resist? Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Elder Feng quickly said when he saw everyone's expression. You haven't finished? Could it be that Qiu Changkong has done something even more shocking? Ling Patian asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Elder Feng said. Oh, did Lu Ming join the Dtian Divine Guard? Hua Qi pulled himself together and asked. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He has successfully joined the Dtian Divine Guard. It is said that only 3 people have joined the Dtian Divine Guard in Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Elder Feng said somewhat proudly. Lu Ming has joined the Dtian Divine Guard. Haha, I knew that he would succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he laughed. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others weren't happy. If they hadn't heard about Qiu Changkong's news, they would have been extremely excited. But now they couldn't be happy. The difference between an ordinary Dtian Divine Guard and a genius who could participate in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition was too great. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qiu Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his combat strength much stronger than an ordinary Dtian Divine Guard, but his status and authority were also much higher. He wouldn't be afraid of Lu Ming at all. Their situation was still worrisome. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He can actually become an Dtian Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unfortunately, he met Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Well, sect leader and everyone else, I haven't finished my news. Lu Ming didn't just join the Dtian Divine Guard. Elder Feng said again. Ah, Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last round and participated in the Eastern Sky Divine Guard competition? Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 439. To be able to participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a qualitative leap. He had completely joined the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern region of Tianxian domain. If Lu Ming could reach this step, even if he wasn't Qiu Changkong's opponent, he wouldn't be too far behind. He would definitely be valued by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Qiu Changkong would more or less have some scruples. Then they would have some leeway to deal with him. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng with incomparable anticipation, hoping that he would nod his head. Elder Feng nodded his head and said, "Yes, Lu Ming not only passed the last round and participated in the competition of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, but also..." "Ha, Lu Ming actually passed the last round. That's great. I really didn't misjudge him. This time, the Decimo Sword Sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us." Before Elder Feng finished his words, Ling Patian laughed crazily. His face was full of joy, and even his beard stood up. "That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. Back then, I let him down and misjudged him." Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. "I knew it. Lu Ming can definitely create a miracle." Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also beaming with joy and were incomparably excited. Before this, they had never thought that Lu Ming could also reach this step. This was really great news. "Haha, someone come. Tell this good news to Master Lu and Madam Lu." Lin Shui laughed. Wait a minute, sect leader, I haven't finished my words." Elder Feng shouted again. The scene suddenly quieted down again. "I say, brother, you're a big man. Can you finish your words in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy," Ling Patian shouted. "Sect leader Ling, I wanted to say something just now, but you interrupted me," Elder Feng said with a bitter face. "This, weren't you too excited just now?" Ling Patian grinned. "All right, Elder Feng, what other news do you have? Tell me all at once," Lin Shui said. "Yes, sect leader, it's about Lu Ming. Not only did Lu Ming participate in the competition of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also seized the throne in the end." Elder Feng nodded his head and said the news. When he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. There was not the slightest sound. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Look at Elder Feng's face. Elder Feng smiled bitterly. Everyone's expressions were within his expectations. This was because when he first heard the news, he had the same expression. In fact, it was even more exaggerated than now. You're saying that Lu Ming seized the Eastern Sky Divine Guards?" After a long while, Lin Shui reacted first and asked in disbelief. "You're not lying to us, are you?" Ling Patian asked in disbelief. "B." Elder Feng said. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, ha. Let's see what 10 Directions Sword Sect will do now. Ling Patian laughed wildly. A peerless monster. Sheng Guanming sighed again and again. Hua Qi and some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming, such as Yan Lan, were so excited that their bodies were trembling. "Lan Er, you have a good eye. Now you have hope." Yan Lan sighed. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this step." Yan Quan sighed in his heart. He was now glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. With Lu Ming's talent, he believed that he would soon surpass him. In the future, he would most likely need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They almost shouted out loud to express their emotions. They didn't even dare to dream that Lu Ming could seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was the same as trampling the strongest geniuses of many super-large regions under his feet. Being able to participate in the competition for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was already unimaginable, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Chongkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere with the Blazing Sun Empire's affairs. Sect Master, Sect Master. At this moment, a silver-robed elder rushed in. What's the matter? Lin Xue was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Sect Master, the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family is here to congratulate you, the silver-robed elder said. He didn't know the news, and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial family was here. The Cloud Desolate Empire was undoubtedly the strongest empire among the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. They really came. Quick, go out and welcome them. Lin Xue quickly got up. The others followed. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate, they saw dozens of people. A total of 30 people stood in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm experts. The leader wore a dragon robe and emitted a powerful aura. He was actually a half-step king. The Cloud Desolate Empire's distinguished guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Xue quickly cupped her fists. You must be the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Sect Master Lin. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. I'm the Daki King of the Cloud Desolate Empire. I'm here to congratulate Sect Master Lin. I heard that Lu Ming came from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. I didn't expect the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to produce such a genius like Lu Ming. He took the Eastern Sky Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the Cloud Emperor's 36 empires. He made the Cloud Emperor's mountain range famous. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate you. The middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said. Lin Xue and the others were extremely excited. Although they were extremely excited when they heard Elder Feng's words, they were still afraid that the news might be wrong. However, now that the Cloud Desolate Empire's prince had personally come to congratulate them, there was no doubt about it. Your Highness, please come in. Servants, prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness. Lin Xue ordered loudly. Yes. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. Also inform Master Lu and Madame Lu of this news. Also invite Master Lu and Madame Lu here. Remember, you must be respectful and not neglect them. Lin Xue ordered. Yes, Sect Master, don't worry. A golden-robed elder went to carry out the order. Oh, so Lu Ming's parents are here too. I would like to see what kind of people could give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming. The Cloud Desolate Empire's Prince Daki laughed. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect immediately held a huge banquet to celebrate. When Lu Yintian and Li Ping heard the news, they were extremely excited and happy. Li Ping was so emotional that tears flowed down her cheeks. In contrast to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's celebration, the atmosphere in the 10 Directions Sword Sect's conference hall was oppressive. Damn it, Lu Ming. How could he take the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is this possible? Qiu Wuyang roared, emitting a terrifying aura and icy cold killing intent. In the hall, the others kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 440. Dao Comprehension Palace, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's surroundings were suddenly filled with gusts of wind that were as cold as knives. Whoosh. Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled, and his body became as light as a feather as he floated around like a ghost. After a while he stopped where he was. My wind force has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind force and fire force had already reached the limit of greater perfection. After 7 days of comprehension in Dao Comprehension Palace, he had finally reached perfection. However, this also meant that Dao Comprehension Palace was indeed miraculous. In just 7 days, it allowed Lu Ming to break through. Now, let's start comprehending the fire force. Following this, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and continued comprehending the fire force. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming's fire force had also reached perfection. In just half a month's time, Lu Ming's wind and fire powers had both reached the perfected stage. Buzz. Lu Ming held his spear and gathered the wind force and fire force. With a slight tremble, space rumbled, and a spear light shot out, flying an unknown distance. Lu Ming revealed a satisfied smile. With the wind force and fire force reaching perfection, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between perfection and greater perfection, a difference of several times. After merging the wind force and fire force, its power was even stronger. At this moment, Lu Ming's battle prowess was already infinitely close to a Battle 7 genius. Yes, Lu Ming had already reached Battle 6 genius. Now he was infinitely close to Battle 7 genius. I set a time limit of 1 month. There is still half a month left. I can cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. Lu Ming pondered. Now that both wind force had reached perfection, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation, wholeheartedly cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. In Dao Comprehension Palace, combining the wind force and fire force to cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully cultivated the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 2nd level. This caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to soar once more, reaching the level of a 7th battle genius. These spiritual crystals were well spent. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, a month was almost up. Lu Ming left the Dao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Monastery. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Using his Divine Guard medallion, he activated the inscription formation and walked in. However, he did not notice that in the distant sky, there was a young man watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished his cultivation and returned. I will immediately report this to Senior Brother Kai Go. With a flash, he flew toward one of the many courtyards of the Dtion Divine Guards. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in a pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank while admiring the small bridge and flowing water. After being in seclusion for more than a month, it was time for him to relax a little. I wonder where Senior Sister Mullins is? If she is here, she should have heard the news that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard and should come to find me. It seems that I have to take some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war in the Burning Sun Empire is going? Presumably, the results of the Dtion Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Burning Sun Empire. Now that I have become an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Chiao Changkong should not dare to act rashly. The war in the Burning Sun Empire should not change too much in a short period of time. The most troublesome one is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is Chiao Changkong's master? Lu Ming pondered while drinking. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar swept over like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out 2 long beams of light, flickering. Finally, Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Then he poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and walked out in large strides. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a 24-year-old youth standing in the air, staring at the Eastern Sky Courtyard with shining eyes. Seeing Lu Ming, the youth's eyes lit up and said loudly, "Lu Ming, you have been hiding like a turtle for more than a month. Finally, you have appeared. Lu Ming, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard is not something you can sit on. You are not qualified. Now give it to me, lest you embarrass yourself." As soon as he saw Lu Ming, the young man shouted loudly, "Swish! Swish!" Just now, the youth shouted so loudly that it had already alerted the other Dtion Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, figures flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kai Go. Kai Go is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kai Go is a half-step king. He was defeated in the Battle of the Southern Sky Divine Guard. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, the East Side originally did not have any experts, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was able to obtain the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard purely by luck. That's right, the 4 Sky Divine Guards belong to the capable. Kai Go should challenge him and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. The surrounding Dtion Divine Guards discussed spiritedly. Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had already healed. At this moment, their faces were filled with joy. Haha, Lu Ming. Even if you seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, What can you do? Won't it still be taken away? Haha. Qiu Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so strong. Fortunately, I did not seize the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Otherwise, it would be a joke if it was snatched away before my but even warmed up. Lu Ming, you are about to become a joke. Should I thank you? Ha! Zhongsheng also sneered. Who are you? Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion, so he deliberately asked. My name is Kaigo. Lu Ming, I advise you to withdraw from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Kaigo said. Sure enough, what a noob dog. I say, dog, you came running to me just for such a trivial matter? Lu Ming curled his lips and said. As soon as these words came out, the others looked at each other in dismay. Kaigo's eyes suddenly turned red as a cold killing intent erupted. His face was incomparably distorted as he roared. Lu Ming, you little bastard, what did you say? You are courting death. You are courting death. I originally wanted to let you go, but now you are dead for sure. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in front of everyone. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. A dog? Don't bark so loudly. Don't you want to challenge me? Fine, I agree to fight you. Tomorrow morning, on the Divine Guard battle stage. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kaigo himself was also taken aback for a moment. Then he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, Fine little bastard, then I will let you live for one more day. Then scram, you dog. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Kaigo gnashed his teeth. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Humph, you can show off now. Tomorrow I will make you cry. Chapter 441. The others discussed among themselves and left as well. Hee, Lu Ming actually dared to offend Kaigo. How unwise. Looks like I don't even need to do anything. You're going to die in Kaigo's hands. Qiu Changkong sneered and left. Soon after, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kaigo spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned and entered the East Sky Courtyard, where he began to meditate. The sun set and rose again. A day had passed. The Divine Guard battle platform was built on a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was wide and flat, and there was a platform that was 10 miles long and wide. As the name suggested, it was used for battles between Empyrean Divine Guards. The platform was made of black iron, and was engraved with inscriptions. Even if a low-level king fought on it, he wouldn't be able to break the platform. The Divine Guard battle platform was a place of life and death. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard battle platform was already crowded with people. There were at least 10,000 people. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Empyrean Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of Tianxian Domain. It could be said that apart from those who were cultivating in seclusion, or had important matters to attend to, most of them had come. Even some of the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards had come after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Naturally, it would attract attention. Whoosh! A figure rapidly flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard battle platform. Kaigo is here. Someone shouted. As soon as Kaigo landed on the battle platform, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Whoosh! Soon after, another figure appeared on the battle platform. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to dare to come. There's nothing he can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Divine Palace has a rule that the 4 heavenly Divine Guards can be obtained through challenges. If he doesn't come and avoids the challenge, the Empyrean Divine Palace will take away his throne. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kaigo also opened his eyes. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes and he did not hide it at all. He said coldly, Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have this chance later. This is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kaigo sneered. Whoosh. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time. This matter concerns the change of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. I will be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No. No. Lu Ming and Kaigo both shook their heads. Following the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible? I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is terrifying, but his cultivation is too low. He was only at the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm when he was fighting for the position of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. It has only been a month. Even if he were to break through to the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, or even the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, he would not be a match for Kaigo. Furthermore, it is impossible for him to break through from the peak of the 8th layer martial ancestor realm to the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm in a month. A half martial realm is much stronger than a peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. It is 2 whole levels higher. Furthermore, Kaigo is an expert between the Battle 4 Genius and the Battle 5 Genius. In total, Kaigo is more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th layer martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming will not be a match for him. For a genius like Kaigo, unless it is a battle of the same level, no one would be able to defeat him when he is at the half martial realm. So Lu Ming has no chance at all. Lu Ming can't win. The one who said the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. His words attracted the attention of the crowd. He was the other member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the South Heaven Divine Guard, Zhong Hao. Kaigo's strength is not weak. Even I would have a hard time defeating him. It is impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kaigo, Zhong Hao said resolutely. His cold expression was full of confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, a glamorous woman said with a smile. She was the North Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. Following this, the crowd shifted their gaze to the other side. There stood a handsome young man in a white robe. The strangest thing was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. This made him appear even more mysterious. There was not a single person around him. It was as if they were afraid of him and kept their distance. This man was the last member of the 4 Heavens Divine Guards, the Divine Guard of the Western Sky. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest among the 4 Heavens Divine Guards. During the competition for the position of the Divine Guard of the Western Sky, the other half-step king could not even withstand 3 moves from him. The crowd looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion. However, he did not say a word. Boom. Boom. At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kaigo were about to make their move. Lu Ming die. Kaigo shouted coldly. A thin and long cyan sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The cyan sword made a light sound and instantly crossed a few hundred meters, stabbing towards Lu Ming. It was so fast that many people could not see the sword's trajectory. Intent, very obviously, Kaigo had already comprehended a trace of concept of wind on the foundation of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of wind intent, Kaigo's battle strength had increased tremendously. Wind fire intent. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear. The long spear was condensed with wind fire intent. Clang. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Boom. Violent genuine chi filled the air with the power of wind and fire, covering the entire fighting ring. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, the 2 figures quickly retreated several miles and stood still. Everyone at the scene was stunned, and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming can actually block Kaigo's wind intent attack. How is that possible? Did you see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the point. Both of them did not use any martial skills. They were just probing attacks. How could Lu Ming block Kaigo's wind intent? Intent can actually block intent. How is that possible? The crowd was shocked and discussed animatedly. This is the wind fire intent. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. The crowd was shocked because the person who spoke was the Divine Guard of the Western Sky, Sheng Wushuang. Lu Ming has comprehended 2 intents. Moreover, the 2 intents have merged and reached perfection, Sheng Wushuang said slowly. However, there was no seriousness in his voice. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. Wind fire intent fusion? No wonder, no wonder. Lu Ming is amazing. He has comprehended two intents and merged them successfully. The most amazing thing is that he has cultivated both to perfection. Chapter 442. Many people were shocked. It wasn't easy to cultivate one force to perfection, let alone two. Moreover, he had successfully merged them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a force. Instead, it was several times more difficult. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength is so terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Humph. It's hard to achieve great things with one mind. Sheng Wushuang coldly snorted and said in a disdainful voice. Brother Sheng is right. Zhong Hao laughed. Oh. At this time, a wolf-like howl sounded in the fighting ring. Kaigo's aura became even stronger. Above his head, a black dog with 2 heads appeared. Two-headed hellhound was an extremely powerful demonic beast. There were 6 silver chakras around its body. It's really a dog. What did I say wrong? Lu Ming curled his lips. He was surprised that Kaigo's bloodline was really a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a 2-headed hellhound. Go to hell. Kaigo shouted and activated his bloodline. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the blade cut through the air. Suddenly, wind blades formed and slashed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were at least a dozen wind blades that were sharper than saber radiance. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind essence could perform this. Even a perfect force couldn't do it. This was the initial stage of controlling wind. Wang. Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. A dozen spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these dozens of spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. Pung, pung. After a dozen explosions, the wind blades and spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly Dog devouring Sun Sword. Suddenly, Kaigo let out a long howl and stabbed out with his long sword. A vision appeared in the sky. A sun appeared and then a big yellow dog appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming. A terrifying aura filled the air. Woo woo, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted. Kaigo was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Pung. Bang. Then Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. 9 dragons heaven stomp, 2 consecutive steps. The heavens and earth rumbled as a terrifying power erupted like a flood. The yellow-furred dog's body trembled violently. Then with a final howl it exploded. Kaigo's figure involuntarily flew backward. God, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually repelled Kaigo? How is that possible? It is indeed inconceivable. Lu Ming's battle prowess is truly terrifying. However, Kaigo has yet to unleash his strongest battle prowess. It's hard to say who will win. Look, Kaigo is going all out. Boom. At this time, Kaigo's aura had risen by another level. Rays of red light twined around his body. This was just a secret technique. This was Kaigo's strongest state. His battle prowess surpassed that of Battle 4. Nestle the yellow dog transformed. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was speechless. Kaigo was so angry that his chest swelled. Die. Heavenly Dog devours the sky. Kaigo roared as a terrifying sword light erupted. It condensed into a heavenly dog and pounced on Lu Ming. This heavenly dog was condensed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed out with his spear. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, emitting an aura of disdain. The 2-colored true dragon collided with the heavenly dog. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Retreat! Many people who were close to the fighting ring frantically retreated. Everyone below the half-step king level retreated by 10 miles. Only those half-step kings were able to not retreat. Nestle, this is too strong. Is this the battle prowess of someone below the king level? Ordinary martial artists of the same level would be smashed to pieces in one move. Too strong. This is the strongest genius of the Eastern Tianxian domain. Who is going to win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. Roar. The 2-colored true dragon suddenly roared as it opened its mouth. The heavenly dog whimpered and collapsed. Then Kaigo's body flew out like a cannonball and slid a few miles on the fighting ring. Swish. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Kai Go. His long spear was like a cold lightning as it pierced toward Kai Go. Kai Go turned pale with fright. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 rounds and avoided Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling, not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward, and a violent energy blasted out. Kai Go screamed as he was sent flying like a chicken, blood spurting out of his mouth. I surrender. I admit defeat. Kai Go was scared as he roared in horror. Admit defeat? I don't accept. Lu Ming sneered as his eyes were extremely cold. His spear was as cold as ice as it pierced through the void and pierced toward Kai Go. This time, Kai Go could not dodge it. Poochie. The long spear pierced through Kai Go's chest and lifted Kai Go into the air. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me go, let me go. Kai Go let out a mournful scream and wailed. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's true chi erupted, he would be dead. He was scared to death. As long as he thought of his bright future leaving him, he trembled with fear. Let you go? When you wanted to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards, did you think about letting me go? If I was not strong enough and lost to you, would you let me go? Lu Ming's voice was incomparably cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I had eyes but failed to see. You are the real proud son of heaven, and I am a dog shit. Yes, I am a dog shit. I beg you, let me go. Kai Go begged mournfully. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. It's too late to say this now. Go on your way. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time he could not let Kai Go go. He wanted to use this thunderous moment to intimidate others and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a soft persimmon. On the contrary, he was a murderous weapon, a murderous weapon. No, no. Kai Go screamed crazily and struggled crazily. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and his true chi erupted. Kai Go's heart instantly exploded. Kai Go roared and no longer breathed. Hiss, hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming won. The half-step king Kai Go was killed. Before this, no one would have thought of this outcome. Almost everyone thought that Kai Go would be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. They never thought that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming crushed Kai Go and killed him. Some people who were confident that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. Previously, he even said that even if it was him, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kai Go. Lu Ming was definitely not Kai Go's match. But the reality was that Lu Ming crushed Kai Go. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. Chapter 443. Damn it. Zhong Hao roared in his heart. He was extremely unhappy. But when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was grave. Kai Go was a half-step king. He was 2 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. At the same time, he was a battle 4 to battle 5 genius. His battle strength was 6 levels higher than an ordinary peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. Lu Ming was able to defeat Kai Go with his peak 9th stage martial ancestor realm cultivation. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat ability had reached the level of a 7 battle talent? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Battle 7? How was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Empyrean Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave eyes. How could this be? How could this be? In the crowd, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open as they couldn't accept this. It had only been a month and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, Lu Ming could kill them in 1 move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this continues, I will be the one to die. Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Whoosh. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming swung his long spear and flung Kai Go's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked Kai Go's storage ring into his hand. As for Kai Go's blood essence, there were too many people present, so Lu Ming didn't devour it. Phew, as Kai Go's corpse fell to the ground, everyone let out a long breath. I announce that Kai Go has failed the challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn around and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lu Ming stared blankly and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows stepped into the air and walked toward the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. Why is he walking towards the battle stage? Could it be that he wants to challenge Lu Ming? It can't be. If that's really the case, then there'll be a good show to watch today. This youth was one of the divine guards of the Western Heaven. He was known as the strongest genius of this batch, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang stepped onto the stage and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you are not bad. Now, you are worthy of being my opponent. Sheng Wushuang had a jade-like appearance and was quite handsome. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. A large group of young women looked at Sheng Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh. To be honest, he had never heard of Sheng Wushuang before. However, you are only worthy of being my opponent now. You may not be in the future. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you are on the wrong path. Sheng Wushuang continued. He stood with his hands behind his back like an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He thinks too highly of himself. How can he say that I am on the wrong path? The others were stunned. Only a few of them showed a thoughtful expression. Haven't you realized it yourself? You have taken an unconventional path and comprehended two forces at the same time. Although it will greatly increase your battle strength, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one force and one essence of heaven and earth. However, you have comprehended two forces at the same time. In the short term, you seem to be strong, but in fact, it is an extremely foolish action. In the future, even if you can break through to the Martial King realm, your achievements will be limited. Therefore, I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will grow bigger and bigger. You will never be able to keep up with my footsteps. Sheng Wushuang continued. His words were full of confidence. Yes, Sheng Wushuang is right. Comprehending two forces will greatly increase your strength in the short term, but in the future it will greatly affect your cultivation. The people around suddenly realized that Sheng Wushuang's words made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's attitude really annoyed Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who do you think you are? You have your own path and I have mine. There is no need to talk to you. Moreover, with your current strength, it will be a matter of minutes to surpass you." Lu Ming casually waved his hand. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have gone astray and still want to surpass me. What a joke. I am kind enough to guide you, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I will let you fend for yourself." Sheng Wushuang coldly snorted. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked away. This guy is crazy. Who does he think he is? Acting like he is the number one in the world. What a joke. Lu Ming muttered, then soared into the sky and left. Of course, this battle inevitably became a topic of discussion. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had used his strength to prove that he deserved the title of Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's words had also spread. The majority of people believed that Sheng Wushuang was right. A person comprehending two forces at the same time had limited energy. If Lu Ming didn't mend his ways, his future achievements would definitely be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he continued to comprehend the forces of wind and fire. He naturally couldn't give up on cultivating the forces of wind and fire, just because of Sheng Wushuang's words. Ever since he comprehended the forces of wind and fire, and fused them together, the forces of wind and fire had helped Lu Ming greatly. Moreover, the three ultimate skills of the Dragon God could not be unleashed by a single force or concept. Therefore, he had to cultivate the forces of wind and fire together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning, and fuse the three to cultivate the three unique skills of the Dragon God to the highest level. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in one of the courtyards, Qiu Changkong and a purple-robed youth were sitting opposite each other. Damn it, damn it. How could that bastard Lu Ming be so strong? How could his cultivation increase so quickly? Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared furiously. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter or some treasure on him. The purple-robed youth took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this youth as the one who had sent the invitation to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to find a reason to kill Lu Ming? Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered with a cold light. Fool! The young man in purple scolded. Master, although you are the palace master of the Thunder Palace, one of the 9 great palaces, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time, and has attracted the attention of the other palace masters. If Master takes action and deals with Lu Ming, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the palace masters, and even alarm the palace master. At that time, it will be difficult for Master to explain himself, and he will be punished. We can't just watch Lu Ming continue to grow. I'm afraid that once Lu Ming grows, it'll be hard to suppress him. Chapter 444. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't make a move, but we can. However, I'm not 100% confident that I'll succeed. The purple-clad young man pondered. What should we do then? Should we ask the other senior brothers? Qiu Changkong asked. As for the other 2 senior brothers, one is traveling outside while the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached perfection, and I'll enter seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. Once I break through to the Martial King realm, I'll be able to kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The purple-clad young man said with a smile. Senior brother, are you going to break through to the Martial King realm? Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step king realm for a few years and have reached my limit. It's time for me to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-clad young man said. Senior brother, how confident are you? 80%. The purple-clad young man was very confident. Haha, that's great. We'll let Lu Ming live a little longer. Once you break through to the Martial King realm, it'll be Lu Ming's death. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he wouldn't be a match for a Martial King. As long as the purple-clad young man broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of seclusion, he could find a reason to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Qiu Changkong sneered. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the force of wind and fire every day. However, his progress was minimal. After one's force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend a trace of intent from it. Many people were stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will give a lecture on the force of wind and intent of wind. I can't miss it. Lu Ming stood up, left the courtyard, and flew towards the Palace of Wind. The palace masters of the 9 palaces of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace would give lectures on the related force and intent every once in a while. This would attract a large number of Dtion Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Palace of Wind, he discovered that there were also figures flying over from other directions. No one checked the entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen to the lecture could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Palace of Wind and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious, and the floor of the main hall was filled with praying mats. There were at least 10,000 of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on futons. Lu Ming's entrance attracted a lot of attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He casually found a futon and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Soon, the number of people exceeded 2,000. Most of them were Dtion Divine Guards who had just joined this year, and some of them were from the previous batch. Hall Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking over. The old man looked to be in his 60s and he had a faint smile on his face. On his body, There was not the slightest trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura. He was just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him or be disrespectful. It was said that the 9 hall masters were all great perfection kings. Furthermore, they were not ordinary great perfection kings. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Hall Master Feng. Over 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Hall Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Hall Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, everyone who has come is below the martial king realm and has comprehended the force of wind. Today, I will talk in detail about how to comprehend a trace of the intent of wind from the force of wind. Then, with this trace of the intent of wind, how to condense the intent rune and go through the heavenly tribulation to reach the martial king realm. Hall Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to listen to this. If you want to know all this, you must first understand what force is. What is intent? Hall Master Feng's voice continued. Force is actually a type of intent of heaven and earth. However, it is a very shallow borrowing of the intent of heaven and earth. This is because every attribute has force. For example, when water is gentle, it can nourish all living things. This is also a type of force of water. When it is violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a type of force of water. For example, when it is gentle, it can be a gentle breeze. When it is violent, it can tear all living things apart. This is the force of wind. When you comprehend force, you are only borrowing the intent of heaven and earth. It is commonly known as borrowing force to increase your offensive and defensive power. Speaking up to this point, a powerful force exploded from Hall Master Feng's body. His aura instantly became like an immemorial divine mountain, majestic, heavy, and unapproachable. In the next instant, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the intent of heaven and earth is completely different from force. The intent of heaven and earth is control. By controlling an attribute, one can use this attribute to transform it into various mysterious and unfathomable methods. Speaking up to this point, Hall Master Feng suddenly opened his palm. In his palm, a tornado was rapidly rotating. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming did not doubt that if Hall Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear a mountain apart. Following this, Hall Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A wind blade appeared on his finger. The wind blade was like a blade that sliced through space, causing the space to tremble like water ripples. This showed how terrifying this wind blade was. Controlling an attribute naturally has a difference in strength. According to the degree of control, the intent of heaven and earth is also divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 intent of heaven and earth. Hall Master Feng endlessly explained the force of wind and the intent of wind. Sometimes he would even personally demonstrate it. Lu Ming listened attentively, afraid that he would miss a single word or action. All along, Lu Ming had relied on his own comprehension and bitter cultivation. Since when did such an expert explain and demonstrate in front of him? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many questions that had troubled Lu Ming for a long time were being answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more relaxed and his mind more nimble. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of the force of wind had increased by a large margin. Once Hall Master Feng started speaking, he went on for 3 hours. All right, today's explanation ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You can all disperse. Hall Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue and wanted to hear more. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Hall Master Feng's gaze swept over Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, wait a moment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Hall Master Feng called out to him. Chapter 445. I've heard that most of the 4 heavens divine guards are chosen by the 9 Hall Masters as their core disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to recruit him as his disciple? That's possible. Lu Ming has such a cultivation and battle strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be chosen by Hall Master Feng. I'm so jealous. How great would it be if I had such a master? Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in low voices as they speculated. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Ming and Hall Master Feng. Lu Ming came before Hall Master Feng and brought his fists together. May I know why Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay? Take a seat first. Hall Master Feng said with a smile as he raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat down on a futon beside Hall Master Feng. Hee Lu Ming, are you 20 years old? Hall Master Feng asked. Not yet 20 years old, not yet. Lu Ming replied. It's rare to have such a cultivation and battle strength at the age of 20. Your future is limitless. Hall Master Feng exclaimed. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and Sheng Wushuang's words a few days ago. Although Sheng Wushuang's words are too absolute, they are not without reason. A person's energy is limited. Cultivating too intense at the same time will increase your battle strength in a short period of time, but in the future, especially after reaching the martial emperor realm, the comprehension of the intents of the heavens and earth will be crucial. Without a breakthrough in your intents, it will be difficult for your cultivation to have a breakthrough, which will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I'm interested in recruiting you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the wind intent. Hall Master Feng said in one breath as he looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was quite interested in becoming Hall Master Feng's disciple. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the wind intent. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the power of fire, this was something he absolutely could not do. The force of fire was the force that he had comprehended the earliest, and it was not something that he could give up just because he wanted to. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming thanks Hall Master Feng for his kindness. However, Lu Ming has still decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Hall Master Feng. This was equivalent to rejecting Hall Master Feng. Hall Master Feng's expression changed as he said, Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Hall Master Feng. I have made up my mind. Lu Ming said. You are really stubborn. Go quickly. Otherwise, this old man will feel annoyed just by looking at you. Palace Master Feng waved his hand with an exasperated expression. Lu Ming stood up, bowed and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. Later on, when I suffer and hit a wall, I only know how to regret it. Hall Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged. In his mind, the content of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing, and he kept verifying it with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's comprehension of wind deepened. However, he still had a long way to go before he could comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still could not touch the threshold of concept. It seems that I can only use profound crystals. Lu Ming pondered. In the Dongming ancient battlefield, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 profound crystals. Among them, there were 4 of the wind attribute, 5 of the fire attribute, and 3 of the thunder attribute. The rest were of other attributes, such as the metal attribute and the water attribute. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before going to the mystical treasure house to exchange all the other attribute profound crystals for wind attribute profound crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 wind attribute profound crystals. As for the fire attribute and thunder attribute profound crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange them because he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, and a blue crystal appeared in his hand. Crack! Lu Ming squeezed the crystal hard, and it shattered. Immediately, a mysterious wind concept spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This wind concept was actually in the form of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, He felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used all his strength to capture the wind concept around him, and began to comprehend it. As expected of a profound crystal, a treasure that even martial kings would drool over. Lu Ming's comprehension of the wind concept had greatly increased. Between heaven and earth, strands of the concept of heaven and earth were absorbed by Lu Ming, entering Lu Ming's body. Profound crystals were the physical embodiment of the concept of heaven and earth, condensed over countless years. Every time he absorbed a strand, it would increase his comprehension of the wind concept. However, even more strands of concept dissipated in the air. There was simply no time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably vomit blood from jealousy. Waste. This was a complete waste. Most of the concept strands had dissipated from a single profound crystal. This was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. It should be known that even for half-step kings, very few of them would use profound crystals to cultivate. This was because it was too wasteful. A single profound crystal would cost at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used profound crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They would be able to absorb all the concept strands. However, Lu Ming did not care so much. In his opinion, if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible, it would be even more wasteful if he did not use them. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the concept strands of a profound crystal had completely dissipated. Again, Lu Ming took out another piece of wind attribute profound meaning crystal, and crushed it into pieces. Kacha, kacha. Following this, a kacha sound would resound in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. 12 hours later, Lu Ming had used up 12 wind attribute profound meaning crystals consecutively. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Rings of cyan energy revolved around his body. The wind aura around Lu Ming's body was raised to the extreme. Right at this moment, swish. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a cyan wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block in two. Wind concept. I finally comprehended a strand of the wind concept. Lu Ming revealed an ecstatic expression. From aura to concept, the difference between aura and concept was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was an essential difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. Comprehending a strand of concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming could now be considered a true half-step king. Chapter 446. Although he had only comprehended a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, and was still far from condensing concept runes, this was already a huge improvement. There are still 9 wind profound crystals left. I might as well use them all to deepen my understanding of the concept of wind. With a thought, Lu Ming took out more wind profound crystals, crushed them, and started cultivating. This time, Lu Ming absorbed even more profound threads. The amount he absorbed was several times more than before. After comprehending a trace of the concept of heaven and earth, his absorption of the profound crystals' concept threads became stronger. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of wind also gradually deepened. Only when the last 9 wind profound crystals were used up did Lu Ming end his cultivation. Now I can put aside the concept of wind for a while, and start comprehending the concept of fire. Also, I have to find time to comprehend the force of thunder. In 2 days, the Fire Palace Master will give a lecture. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered and then continued cultivating. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming went to the Fire Palace. Just like the previous Wind Palace, there were many people, close to 2,000. The layout of the Fire Palace was very similar to the Wind Palace. The main hall was filled with praying mats. Lu Ming walked in and casually found a praying mat to sit on. That's Lu Ming. He really came to the Fire Palace. He really wants to cultivate both wind and fire. He's overestimating himself. I heard that the Wind Palace Master wanted to take him in as a disciple. The condition was that he had to specialize in the concept of wind. He actually rejected it. I also heard about this. He's too arrogant. Just because he has some achievements, he's too arrogant. He doesn't even listen to the Palace Master's opinion. I think that Sheng Wushuang is right. The distance between him and Sheng Wushuang will only grow further and further in the future. The other Empyrean divine guards in the surroundings glanced at Lu Ming from time to time, whispering and discussing in low voices. After hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Walk your own path and let others speak for you. He firmly believed that he would use practical actions to shut these people up. Soon the Fire Hall Master arrived. The Fire Hall Master was a tall and burly old man. He wore a fiery red long robe and had a mighty aura. As soon as he arrived, he glanced around, and his gaze lingered on Lu Ming for a moment. Without saying anything, he began to explain. Lu Ming listened attentively. 3 hours later, the lecture ended. Lu Ming felt that he had learned a lot. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming began to cultivate non-stop. On the second day, Lu Ming used up all 5 fire attribute Upanishad crystals. However, it was a pity that it was still lacking. Lu Ming did not comprehend a trace of the concept of fire. I still have one more chance to enter the 100 deities slope. I might as well put aside the concept of wind and fire for now, and start comprehending the power of thunder. When the power of thunder reaches a certain level, I will enter the 100 deities slope. Only then will I be able to make the best use of this precious slot. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall Master is going to give a lecture tomorrow. I might as well go and listen. Lu Ming pondered. On the second day, Lu Ming headed for the Thunder Hall. When Lu Ming entered the Thunder Hall, he immediately caused a commotion. That is Lu Ming. What is he doing here? Could it be that he wants to comprehend the power of thunder? Crazy, I think he is crazy. Not to mention cultivating the wind and fire attributes at the same time. He actually wants to comprehend the power of thunder. He is really indulging in fantasy. With how stubborn he is, I estimate that he will not even be able to break through to Martial King. The others discussed excitedly. Brother Lu, you've really exceeded my expectations. A figure sat down beside Lu Ming. Brother Xiao, Lu Ming said. This young man was none other than Xiao Haoyu, who had been saved by Lu Ming at the dark underworld ancient battlefield. Brother Lu sighed. I don't know what to say. Xiao Haoyu let out a sigh. Lu Ming let out a faint smile. He was too lazy to care about what the others were saying, and waited in silence. After a while, an old man wearing a blue robe arrived at the top of the hall, and sat down with his legs crossed. Following this, his eyes scanned the surroundings at lightning speed. When his gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure, he was slightly surprised. Following this, a cold flicker could be seen as he snapped. Lu Ming, what are you doing here at the Thunder Hall? Get out of here. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming frowned his eyebrows. What was wrong with this Thunder Hall Master? Even if he didn't agree with Lu Ming cultivating the concept of thunder, he shouldn't have scolded him and asked him to get out of here. Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fists. Thunder Hall Master, I am only here to listen to your lecture. There is no rule in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that forbids me from listening to your lecture. Listen to your lecture? What a joke. Who doesn't know that you are arrogant and overconfident, wanting to cultivate the wind and fire concepts at the same time? What's even more ridiculous is that you came to the Thunder Hall to listen to the concept of thunder. What? You want to comprehend the concept of thunder? What a joke. My Thunder Hall doesn't welcome an arrogant person like you. The Thunder Hall Master waved his sleeves and scolded loudly. Lu Ming's frown deepened. Lu Ming, I heard that the Thunder Hall Master is Qiu Changkong's master. Xiao Haoyu's soft voice sounded in his ears. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and came to a realization. Lu Ming finally knew who the mysterious master behind Qiu Changkong, the big shot of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, was. It was actually one of the 9 Hall Masters, the Thunder Hall Master. No wonder the Thunder Hall Master scolded Lu Ming loudly when he saw him. At first, Lu Ming felt that it was strange. But now everything made sense. Haha. Lu Ming's face turned cold as he said, Thunder Hall Master, am I being arrogant and overconfident? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with how many concepts I cultivate. Furthermore, there are plenty of experts who cultivate a few concepts and become unhindered in the world. What makes you think that I can't do it? Impudent. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to this old man like this? The Thunder Hall Master scolded coldly and stood up abruptly. An unbelievably powerful aura burst out from him. It was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. Sizzle roar. Lu Ming suddenly let out a long roar and activated his 9 dragons bloodline. Dragon roars echoed out as a spear light burst out to resist this aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if there was an immemorial mountain weighing billions of Jin pressing down on his head. The spear light instantly collapsed, and the terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Creak. There seemed to be moaning sounds coming from Lu Ming's body, and his bones were creaking. Bang. Lu Ming almost knelt down. He roared and exerted force on his waist. Using both hands to support himself, he barely managed to not kneel down. Lu Ming, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself with those peerless experts of the world? Those experts cultivate a few concepts because they have the talent. Do you have it? The Thunder Hall Master scolded coldly. I already said that it is my own business if I want to cultivate a few concepts. It has nothing to do with you. Old man, your disciple Qiu Changkong was defeated by me. Don't you feel embarrassed? As the Thunder Hall Master, you actually attacked me because of your disciple's incompetence. You are bullying the weak. Aren't you ashamed? I will report this matter to the Palace Lord. Chapter 447. Lu Ming hollered. He was going all out. Furthermore, with so many people watching, Xiaochen did not believe that the Thunder Palace Master would dare to do anything to him. How audacious! Impudent! The Thunder Palace Master roared furiously, his aura flourishing. Lu Ming did his best to resist the Thunder Palace Master's aura. He roared. Old man, do you think that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is yours? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has the rules set by Martial Monarch DE. I did not violate any of the rules. You are abusing your power for personal gain, bullying the weak. Are you not putting Martial Monarch DE in your eyes? Furthermore, in the future, as long as anyone offends your disciples or you find unpleasing to the eye, you can bully them and punish them as you wish. Lu Ming shouted. He simply put 2 big hats on the Palace Master of Thunder's head. The moment Xiaochen said this, the 2,000 people present looked at the Thunder Palace Master with strange expressions. Lu Ming was not wrong. He did not violate any rules. How many states he cultivated was his own business. In fact, the Thunder Palace Master did not even have the authority to chase Lu Ming away. This was because every Emperor Heaven Divine Guard had the right to attend lectures in the 9 palaces. This was a rule set by Martial Monarch DE, and the 9 palace masters could not violate it. Little bastard. The Thunder Palace Master's expression turned gloomy. Lu Ming was not an ordinary Emperor Heaven Divine Guard, but an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He had long since received the attention of the other palace masters, and even the palace masters. The Thunder Palace Master did not dare to do anything to Lu Ming in public. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Humph. Stubborn and arrogant. If you do not repent, Half-Step King is your limit. Now scram out of the Thunder Palace for this old man. The Thunder Palace Master retracted his aura and berated. Lu Ming straightened his body and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He had already been injured earlier. I will remember today's humiliation. One day, I will take it back tenfold. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he shouted. Then, he turned around and left with large strides. The others were startled. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to speak to the Thunder Palace Master like that. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, he did not attack. He watched as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming, this kid, has only achieved a little, but he has been blinded by this little achievement in front of him. He has overestimated himself. Such a person will never achieve anything great in his lifetime. You must not learn from him. After Lu Ming left, Temple Master Lei said to the others. Yes. Sparse sounds could be heard. This made the Thunder Palace Master quite displeased. He coldly harumphed and began to lecture. Lu Ming walked out of the Thunder Palace. He turned around and looked at the Thunder Palace, his fists tightly clenched together. Thunder Palace Master, you are stronger than me now, and I can tolerate it. But sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. Furthermore, I believe that day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he strode away. Now he needed to quickly cultivate the fire force to the concept of fire. After that, he would put all his effort into cultivating the lightning force. He needed to reach the Martial King realm as soon as possible. Only after reaching the Martial King realm would he have the right to speak. Those below the Martial King realm were all ants. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Only with strength could one control one's own fate. Lu Ming had long since understood this principle, and he had been practicing it. After returning to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Since I can't listen to the lecture, I'll forcefully use the profound crystal to comprehend the lightning force first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Soon after, he took out a lightning profound crystal and squeezed it. Kaya. The Thunder Upanishad crystal exploded, releasing wisps of intent domain. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the power of thunder. There were very few strands of concept that he could absorb. It could be said that an entire profound meaning crystal was purely a waste. However, the profound crystal was no small matter. It was a treasure that even kings would drool over. Even if he could only absorb a strand, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and immersed himself in comprehending the lightning force. Lightning is incomparably terrifying. It represents extreme speed and destructive power. It even represents the might of the heavens. Under the heavenly lightning, all living things are dormant. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Just a bit more. Following this, Lu Ming took out a second lightning profound crystal and crushed it without hesitation. This time he absorbed a little more intent than last time. An hour later. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a surge of intent erupted from his body. Lightning force. He had comprehended the basics of lightning force. Haha, I finally comprehended the basics of lightning force. Then let's go all out and use up the last lightning profound crystal. Subsequently, Lu Ming used up the third thunder attribute profundity crystal. At this point, the 29 profound crystals he had obtained from the Dark East ancient battlefield had all been used up by Lu Ming. This time he had absorbed even more intent, and Lu Ming's comprehension of lightning force had greatly increased. After 2 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His lightning force had reached minor completion. He had used 3 thunder attribute profound crystals. The total value was definitely more than 3 billion low-grade spirit crystals. He had used such a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate the thunder force to the initial success stage. If others were to know about this, they might vomit blood and scold Lu Ming for being a prodigal. Now, I've comprehended a trace of wind intent. Originally, I could have used the wind intent to refine my true qi and slowly convert it into true yuan. However, with the thickness of my true qi, I don't know how long it would take to refine my true yuan by relying on a single intent. I should wait until I've comprehended a trace of fire and lightning intent. Only by combining the 3 will I be able to refine my true yuan faster. Moreover, before you temper your true essence, you have to try your best to cultivate the true battle dragon art to the highest level of the 9th level. Otherwise, after the true qi is transformed into true essence, if you want to improve the true battle dragon art, it will be at least 100 times more difficult than now. Lu Ming analyzed his own cultivation level and the direction that he should take next. Once the true dragon battle art converted true qi into true yuan, the difficulty of improving it would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to try his best to improve the true dragon battle art to the 9th level before his true qi was converted into true yuan. Coincidentally, he had some dragon blood flowers and a dragon bone. Without further ado, Lu Ming waved his hand and dragon blood flowers appeared. Swallow. Lu Ming directly picked up a dragon blood flower and swallowed it. He started to circulate the true dragon battle art and cultivated it with all his might. Lu Ming refined the dragon blood flowers one after another. Lu Ming's true dragon battle art was also rapidly improving. 2 days later, all the dragon blood flowers were refined by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming took out the dragon bone. According to his speculation, it should be the dragon finger bone that he had obtained from the dragon cave. Although countless years had passed, it still contained a rich essence. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' bloodline and started to refine the dragon bone with all his might. Chapter 448. As for the dragon bone, it became smaller and smaller under the devouring of the 9 dragons' bloodline. This refinement took 7 days. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon pierced through the clouds and shook the entire mountain peak. Many figures were alarmed and flew into the sky to look at the mountain peak. That's the East Sky Courtyard. It's Lu Ming. What the hell is he doing now? He's probably cultivating some kind of secret technique. The further one goes on the path of martial arts, the more important the concept of heaven and earth is. He only knows how to cultivate some unorthodox secret techniques. His combat strength has increased, but what's the use of that? That's right, his path is wrong. There's no need to pay attention to him. Let's go. After a round of discussion, these people could not be bothered with him and returned to their respective courtyards. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a critical moment. The true qi in his body was condensed to the extreme and was completely formed by true dragons. True dragons swam in his meridians. Then another dragon roar came from the vortex in his dantian. At this moment, the vortex in his dantian had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, the vortex was only formed by pure true qi, but now it had become 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons circled each other and spun continuously. On the side, there were constantly small true dragons flying in and out. True Dragon Battle Technique, 9th Level Breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. After more than 10 days of cultivation, he had completely refined the dragon blood flower and dragon bone. The True Dragon Battle Technique had broken through 2 levels, from the 7th level to the 9th level. Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed once again. Roar. At this moment, a true dragon flew out of his dantian and rushed into his consciousness. Boom. There was a rumbling explosion in his consciousness, and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. True Dragon Battle Technique, Greater Mastery of the Foundation Establishment Section. This was a message that suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. What does that mean? Greater Mastery of the Foundation Establishment Section? Could it be that the True Dragon Battle Technique is divided into many sections, and what I'm cultivating now is only the Foundation Establishment Section? Lu Ming was in a daze, his mind full of questions. Perhaps it's very likely. After all, Supreme Nine Yang was the one who had brought the true battle dragon art out of the 9 dragon ruins. Perhaps he had only brought a part of it out and not the whole thing. If that's the case, there are other chapters of the True Battle Dragon incantation. If the Foundation Establishment chapter alone can allow one to cultivate 10 times the Jinqi, how terrifying would the other chapters be? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. As he thought about it, his heart was filled with anticipation. Looks like I'll have to visit the 9 dragons' ancient ruins if I have the chance. Lu Ming secretly decided. It could be said that his current achievements were inseparable from the 9 dragons. The first bloodline was awakened by a drop of blood essence from the 9 dragons. The true battle dragon art and 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps that he cultivated were both brought out from the 9 dragons' ruins by Supreme 9 Sons. Lu Ming was bound to have a trip to the 9 dragons' remains. Now that I've mastered the true dragon battle art, it's time to take a look at the 100 Gods Slope. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Immediately after, Lu Ming left the East Sky Courtyard and arrived at the plaza where he had first entered. He took out the Empyrean Divine Guard token and injected his Jinqi. Instantly, inscriptions appeared and a small whirlpool appeared in the air. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was already in the Myriad Star City, under the huge pavilion of the Empyrean Divine Palace. Swish! Lu Ming's figure moved and flew towards the west. The 100 Gods Slope was over 300,000 miles west of the Myriad Star City. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would only take him a few hours to travel 300,000 miles. 2 hours later, a region shrouded in gray fog appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Looking from afar, this region seemed to be endless and had no end. It was very vast. The 100 Gods Slope was very strange. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 100 Gods Slope was not called the 100 Gods Slope, but something else. Suddenly, one day, a crack appeared in the sky. Over 100 corpses fell from the crack. These corpses were of various races. There were human-shaped corpses and those of other races. Some of the corpses were not big, while others were as big as mountains. According to records, there were people who saw the corpses of divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes falling down. Every corpse had an overwhelming aura. They were unimaginable existences. Hence, people called it the 100 Gods Slope. After those corpses fell, the region of the 100 Gods Slope changed. The entire region was filled with killing intent and baleful aura. No one could enter this region. No matter how strong an expert was, if they entered that region, their body would be torn apart by the strong killing intent, and their soul would be destroyed. Only after 10,000 years did a change occur. Someone discovered that those below Martial King could enter. However, those above Martial King were still unable to enter. It remained so until now. Those above Martial King would die if they entered. Once, there were even martial monarchs who barged in but never came out. However, those below Martial King would be fine if they entered. They could even obtain supreme fortuitous encounters. Inside, not only would one be able to comprehend the state of heaven and earth, one could even obtain some supreme treasures. There were even people who obtained the inheritance of supreme existences and soared to the sky, becoming a peak expert of the continent. There was a period of time when the 100 Gods Slope became the focus of the various factions of the divine desolate continent. However, as time passed, more and more people entered. The treasures and inheritances inside were almost all taken away. Hence, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was able to occupy it. Otherwise, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace alone might not be able to take over such an important place. Even now, the 100 Gods Slope was still the most important holy land of the Tianxian region's Eastern Branch Palace. Very few people could enter. Every year, not many people could enter. Lu Ming slowly approached the 100 Gods Slope. Who is it? This is a forbidden land of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. A loud shout resounded. An aura soared into the sky like smoke. It was incomparably horrifying. A tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Lu Ming. This was definitely a king. He was incomparably strong. The 100 Gods Slope was the holy land of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It was normal for there to be powerful existences guarding it. Lu Ming was certain that there was definitely more than one powerful figure around the 100 Gods Slope. Most likely, there were quite a number of powerful figures. Senior, I am the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then he took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a look at it, and his expression relaxed. He revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. You have one chance to enter the 100 Gods Slope. Go on in. However, you can only stay there for 3 months. After 3 months, you must come out. Otherwise, there will be danger." As he spoke, he returned the Divine Guard token to Lu Ming. "Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely come out within 3 months. Chapter 449. When Lu Ming flew into the area filled with black fog, he suddenly felt a huge force acting on his body. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly descended and landed on the ground. "I can't fly at the 100 Gods Slope," Lu Ming muttered. Then he looked around. It was strange. Everything was normal outside. However, when he flew into the area filled with gray fog, not only could he not fly, even the surrounding environment had changed. Looking around, it was a gray desert. Yes, it was a desert. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. Without hesitation, Lu Ming dashed forward in big strides. However, not long after, Lu Ming's expression changed again. That was because he felt that his cultivation was being suppressed and it kept decreasing. Not long after, his cultivation had been suppressed to the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 9. It's one thing to hear rumors, but it's another thing to experience it for yourself. Watching my cultivation constantly drop, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Then he ignored it and continued to run forward. According to the experience of the predecessors, the deeper one went into the 100 Gods Slope, the more opportunities one would obtain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's cultivation had been completely suppressed. He could not use his genuine qi at all. He was no different from an ordinary person who had not cultivated. Luckily, Lu Ming's physical strength was extremely strong. He had already reached the 6th grade greater success realm. He could still retain a certain amount of combat strength. Moreover, he was not suppressed in the use of force and intent realm. However, since he could not use his genuine qi, Lu Ming's speed was greatly reduced. He could only travel like an ordinary person. Whoosh! Lu Ming's muscles bulged. He was like an agile monkey running in the desert. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. He sensed a mysterious fluctuation spreading toward him. A wisp of blue light was floating in the air. This is the intent realm of heaven and earth, the water intent realm of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the 100 Gods slope, there was a kind of fortuitous encounter where one would encounter the intent realm of heaven and earth floating in the air. According to the expert speculations, this realm of heaven and earth should have been left behind by the corpses that had fallen here. Those powerful existences had comprehended the intent domain of heaven and earth to an inconceivable level when they were alive, merging it with their will. Even after death, the intent domain of heaven and earth didn't disperse, floating around the world. If one could come across it and comprehend it, they would have a great harvest. Because these concepts of heaven and earth seemed to have been tamed by someone, the difficulty of comprehending them was much lower. A wisp of it was worth at least several power Upanishad crystals. Unfortunately, it's the concept of water. I can't use it now. Lu Ming sighed and left reluctantly. He continued to move forward and wandered around. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming didn't encounter anything. Not to mention any treasures, he didn't even encounter a wisp of the realm of heaven and earth. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming encountered a strand of concept of earth, which made Lu Ming sigh in regret. However, on the 7th day Lu Ming's luck came. He encountered a wisp of the concept of fire. Immediately, Lu Ming used his own power to entangle this wisp of concept of heaven and earth and started to comprehend it. As Lu Ming comprehended it, this wisp of concept of heaven and earth slowly dissipated like a power Upanishad crystal. No wonder the spots to enter the 100 Gods slope were so precious. It was because the number of concepts of heaven and earth wandering around the 100 Gods slope would decrease. Perhaps after a few years, the 100 Gods slope wouldn't be so attractive anymore. 1 day later, this wisp of concept of heaven and earth completely dissipated. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened greatly. He was getting closer and closer to comprehending a wisp of the concept of fire. Soon after, Lu Ming continued to wander around. On the 11th day after Lu Ming entered the 100 Gods slope, he encountered another wisp of concept of heaven and earth that was useful to him. The concept of thunder. Lu Ming rejoiced and started to comprehend it. His concept of thunder advanced by leaps and bounds. With this wisp of concept of heaven and earth, his concept of thunder reached great perfection. Lu Ming cultivated 3 kinds of concepts. In the 100 Gods slope, this was one of his advantages. It was easy to encounter concepts of heaven and earth that were useful to him. If he only comprehended one kind of concept, it would be much more difficult to encounter the corresponding concept of heaven and earth. He might encounter it only a few times in 3 months. However, after this, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out. For 7 consecutive days, he didn't encounter any concept of heaven and earth. I'm really unlucky. I just wander around all day. I can't even cultivate true qi. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He smelled a faint medicinal fragrance in front of him. What's going on? There's desert everywhere. There's not a drop of water, or even a blade of grass. Why is there a medicinal fragrance? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the medicinal fragrance. Not long after, Lu Ming saw some rocks standing in the desert. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing rocks in the 100 Gods slope. The 100 Gods slope was full of desert and sand. There's water and a spiritual medicine. Lu Ming walked into the pile of rocks. He suddenly realized that there was a small pond in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was less than 1 meter in length and width. There was a clear spring in the middle of the pond. It emitted a shocking amount of spiritual qi and life essence. There was a blade of grass in the middle of the spring. The blade of grass had thin and long leaves. It had 8 leaves, and each of them was like a sword. The leaves were emerald green. There is a blade of grass in the 100 Gods slope. How magical! Plus, I can feel that this blade of grass is emitting an extremely powerful sword intent. Lu Ming seemed to be in deep thought. Perhaps there was a supreme being's body that fell here. Its original essence turned into this pool of spring water, and its original will turned into this sword-shaped plant. Incredible! These two things are incredible. This clear spring contains a powerful life essence. It can cultivate top-tier spiritual medicine. And this blade of grass, if a sword cultivator touches it, he or she will definitely treat it like a treasure. He or she will be able to comprehend the sword Tao from it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. After that, Lu Ming took out a jade box. He carefully placed the clear spring and the blade of grass into the jade box. There was not even a drop of spring water left in the small pond. Wait, I wonder if cultivating spiritual medicine will work on the 2 branches? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He suddenly thought of the 2 pieces of withered branches that shot out from the heavenly gates. The 2 branches appeared in his hands. He then placed the 2 branches into the clear spring in the jade box and soaked them in it. Let's wait for a while and see if it will work. Lu Ming smiled and kept the jade box in the Temple of Paragon. After that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed since Lu Ming entered the 100 Gods slope. In this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered a wisp of wind intent and a wisp of fire intent. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind intent had improved again. As for the fire intent, it had improved and he had comprehended a wisp of the fire intent. Lu Ming's fire intent had finally reached the intent level. Chapter 450. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming searched for the intent realm while comprehending the 3rd level of the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. Although he couldn't use true Qi in the 100 Gods slope and couldn't use the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, it didn't hinder him from comprehending it. As long as he could comprehend it, he would be able to successfully cultivate it after leaving the 100 Gods slope. 2 days later. While Lu Ming was running, he suddenly noticed a young man running in front of him. That young man looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a stocky build and looked very strong. Obviously, he also saw Lu Ming. His eyes flashed and he continued running, disappearing in front of him. Looking at his age, he should be the previous batch of Tian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he met someone else after entering the 100 Gods slope. Those who could enter the 100 Gods slope were definitely not simple. They were either geniuses or had strong backing. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and didn't think too much about it. He continued to search while comprehending the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. On the 2nd day, Lu Ming came to a desert with howling winds. In this desert, the winds were fierce and incessant, stirring up sand and dust. Lu Ming didn't have true Qi to protect his body. He could only circulate the power of the wind to block the surrounding winds. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a bird chirping in front of him. Bird chirping. Lu Ming was stunned. The 100 Gods slope could be said to be barren and dead silent. How could there be birds? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the sound and searched. That is. Not long later, Lu Ming stopped and looked at the sky in shock. 100 meters high in the sky, there was a round pearl. The round pearl was green in color and crystal clear, as if it was made of the most beautiful green jade. On the surface of the round pearl, there was a small green bird. It was flying around the round pearl and letting out chirping sounds. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the green bird wasn't a real bird, but an illusion created by the round pearl. Could this be the weapon spirit of a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon giving birth to an artifact spirit. What level was this spirit weapon? Moreover, it has such a rich concept of wind. This is definitely a supreme weapon. I'm rich. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he could obtain such a spirit weapon, it would have endless uses. Lu Ming approached cautiously. His body emitted the concept of wind, wanting to draw the bead down. Chirp, chirp. When Lu Ming approached, the little green bird clearly noticed Lu Ming. It let out a crisp chirp and blinked its large eyes curiously, sizing up Lu Ming. Lu Ming revolved the concept of wind and approached the bead. When the little bird came into contact with Lu Ming's concept of wind, its eyes revealed a friendly expression. He seemed to enjoy Lu Ming's aura very much. Haha, there's hope. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He exerted even more effort to display the concept of wind. Brat scram! This bead is mine. At this moment a cold shout sounded. A tall and burly young man strode over. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. This young man was the young man he met yesterday. At this moment, the burly young man's eyes were filled with greed as he stared fixedly at the bead. Immediately, a surge of concept of wind also erupted from his body. It was so deep that it was even above Lu Ming's. Brat, disperse your concept of wind. Let me do it. The burly young man berated, his tone full of command. Idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. He then ignored the other party and concentrated on controlling the concept of wind. At this moment, the little bird was bathing in Lu Ming's concept of wind. It seemed to be enjoying it very much. A pair of small wings flapped and flew towards Lu Ming with the bead. Success! Lu Ming was ecstatic. The little bird flying towards him meant that it approved of him. Damn it! Seeing this, the burly young man shouted angrily. This bead is mine. You want it? Dream on. Boom. A powerful concept of wind rushed towards the bead. Boom. The burly young man's concept of wind collided with Lu Ming's concept of wind, giving off a violent roar. Lu Ming's concept of wind trembled and dissipated with a bang. The little green bird seemed to be frightened. It screamed and flapped its wings, flying towards the sky with the bead. Where do you think you're going? The burly young man roared. He bent his legs and the muscles all over his body exploded. His burly figure soared into the sky and grabbed at the bead. Damn it! At this moment Lu Ming roared. He stepped on the ground and his figure also soared into the sky, rushing towards the bead. Chirp! Chirp! The little bird screamed and flapped its small wings rapidly. Gusts of wind emerged. The little bird and the bead turned into a green light and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Pung! Pung! Lu Ming and the burly young man fell rapidly and landed on the desert, creating two large pits. Damn it! Lu Ming roared angrily. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The bead that was about to be in his hands was destroyed by the burly young man just like that. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. That bead was absolutely extraordinary. It was a weapon used by a peerless expert who cultivated the concept of wind. If Lu Ming could obtain it and comprehend the concept of wind on it, his concept of wind would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be impossible for him to condense concept runes in a short time. But now it was all gone. His killing intent towards the burly young man could be imagined. Kid, what are you shouting for? I haven't questioned you yet. Kid, I told you to disperse the concept of wind and let me do it. Why didn't you do as I said? Now that I've lost this supreme treasure, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? The burly young man stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. His killing intent flickered. Compensate you? Haha. Lu Ming was so angry that he started laughing. He was the one who discovered it and was about to get it, but it was destroyed by the burly young man. Now the burly young man actually wanted him to compensate. What a joke. I'll compensate you for your head. Idiot, today you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode towards the burly young man. Haha, you want to kill me? What a joke. This is the 100 deities slope. Cultivation is suppressed here, but the physical body is superior. My physical body has already reached the 5th grade greater realm, surpassing some kings. You want to kill me? You're the one who will die. The burly young man laughed wildly. His muscles bulged as he took a step forward. His body rushed towards Lu Ming as he threw out a punch at the same time. Boom. Lu Ming threw out a punch as well, aiming at the burly young man's fist. You still dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Shatter. The burly young man revealed a hideous smile. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist with one punch and make him lie on the ground and wail in pain. Pung. The two fists slammed into each other. Crack. As the burly young man wished, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, The burly young man's face did not have any trace of ferocity or excitement. There was only fear and disbelief. Chapter 451. The burly young man's face was completely squeezed together. His face was twisted with endless pain. Bang! Lu Ming's fist surged with terrifying power and erupted with a loud bang. The burly young man's fist exploded like tofu dregs. Ah! The burly young man's body retreated frantically as he let out a hysterical scream. The two punched each other. It was not Lu Ming's fist that exploded, but the burly young man's. Now go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the burly young man. What are you doing? What are you doing? The burly young man screamed like a frightened little girl. He was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body was beyond his imagination. It was definitely above grade 6. His physical body had reached grade 6 before he became a martial king. How did he cultivate? What am I doing? Didn't you hear me? I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming's murderous intent was as cold as the snow in winter. It was bone-chilling. No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the protector of Wind Palace. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. The burly young man roared. Haha, there are only the two of us here. If I kill you, how will your father know? Since you intervened to seize the bead, your fate has been sealed. Go to hell. Bang. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The physical body of a grade 6 upper realm expert was extremely terrifying. The punch shook the air like a falling meteorite. With a terrifying force, it blasted toward the burly young man. No. The burly young man roared, but it was impossible for him to dodge. He could only wave his other fist to block Lu Ming. Crack! The two fists collided. The burly young man's other fist also exploded like tofu. My hand. The burly young man screamed miserably. His face was completely distorted and tears and snot flowed down his face. His whole body was trembling, his legs were shaking, and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed. Regret, incomparable regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have snatched the bead. Originally, he thought that with his rank 5 physical body, he would be able to suppress Lu Ming. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so strong. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. The burly young man staggered backward, begging as he retreated. Bang. In the next moment, a terrifying fist energy struck his chest. The violent fist energy directly penetrated his body and shattered his heart. The burly young man's eyeballs popped out of their sockets, and blood gushed out of his mouth. His face was filled with remorse, and in the next moment he died. Lu Ming swiped his hand, and took off the burly young man's storage ring. I'm so unlucky to have met this guy and let a peerless treasure escape. No, I have to keep chasing. Maybe I can catch up. Thinking of this, Lu Ming ran dozens of meters in one step, chasing in the direction where the bead flew. This chase went on for over 1,000 miles. However, he still did not see any trace of the bead. On my precious bead! Lu Ming wanted to shout. However, Lu Ming was not willing to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. However, this time, Lu Ming stopped in less than 100 miles. Rumble! Buzz in front of him, there was a deafening roar. Endless lightning flashed as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. There was a sea of thunder. Endless thunder and lightning flashed everywhere like thunder snakes. It was extremely terrifying. There was a cauldron. The cauldron was simple and unadorned. It was as big as a mountain, suspended between heaven and earth. The endless lightning was emitted by this giant cauldron. In the sky there were dark clouds. Between the dark clouds, there was a pool. In the pool, there was water constantly flowing down. The strange thing was that the water was blood red. It was like the water of the ocean, spreading toward the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron kept emitting lightning to bombard the blood-red water, but it was useless. The blood-red water kept hitting the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron was rumbling and shaking. The lightning on the cauldron was decreasing, and the light became dim. Tribulation, this is tribulation. This giant cauldron is actually undergoing tribulation. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming did not know what tribulation the pool in the sky was, It was definitely a heavenly tribulation. There were many kinds of heavenly tribulations. Lu Ming only knew a few common ones. A giant cauldron was actually undergoing tribulation. Lu Ming found it unbelievable. Rumble. The pool in the sky tilted slightly. Endless blood-red water poured down like the water of the ocean. The sky rumbled and rushed toward the giant cauldron. Dang. The giant cauldron shook. The incomparably huge cauldron emitted lightning that was thicker than a bucket, trying to repel the blood-red water. Unfortunately, although the lightning was terrifying, the blood-red water seemed to be able to restrain it. The lightning had no effect on the blood-red water. Rumble. The blood-red water kept hitting the cauldron. The giant cauldron kept shaking, as if it could not take it anymore. This giant cauldron is definitely like the bead from before. It's a supreme treasure. If I can get it, I'll be rich. Unfortunately, this heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably be washed away by the blood-red water, and not even dregs will be left. Lu Ming thought to himself. He could only watch and feel anxious. At this time, the giant cauldron shook even more violently. The lightning it emitted was also decreasing. It seemed like it could not hold on any longer. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The stone egg that had been hanging on Lu Ming's hair suddenly flew out. It emitted a bright light and rushed toward the pool in the sky. In the process of flying, the stone egg became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became bigger than a mountain. A crack appeared on the eggshell, like a huge mouth, and bit toward the pool. Rumble. The pool seemed to be alarmed. It shook slightly. Heaven and earth roared. Endless blood rushed out of the pool and rushed toward the stone egg. However, the stone egg shone and was not afraid at all. It rushed over and appeared above the pool. At the next moment, the stone egg opened its mouth and bit. Crack! Half of the pool was directly bitten. At this moment, the whole world shook violently. It was as if the heavens were angry and were about to destroy the world. However, at the next moment, crack! The stone egg opened its mouth again, and directly swallowed the remaining half of the pool. Heaven and earth suddenly calmed down. Whoosh! The stone egg shone and quickly shrank. It flew back to Lu Ming's hair and hung on it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react. Nest, what is this thing? It even swallowed the pool of the heavenly tribulation. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lu Ming stared and muttered to himself. Although he knew that Dandan was extraordinary, this was indeed shocking. Clang! Chapter 452. Swoosh. The cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The body of the cauldron seemed to be made of bronze, and there were some strange patterns on it. Lightning crackled on the body of the cauldron. It was a lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron floated in front of Lu Ming and seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. Then it flew a few rounds around Lu Ming. Lu Ming instinctively exuded the aura of lightning. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook slightly and suddenly slammed into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively retreated. However, it was too late. The lightning cauldron slammed into his glabella, and in the next instant, it disappeared. Boom! Lu Ming felt the world shake and he blacked out. In the next instant, he realized that he had appeared in a hazy place. There was a boundless fog around him. A cauldron that was taller than a mountain floated in front of him. The lightning essence that was as vast as the ocean spread out. This is my sea of consciousness? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that the lightning cauldron would rush into his sea of consciousness. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming focused. In the next instant, his consciousness left his sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. He looked around and saw that it was a desert. Peace was restored. Haha, that lightning cauldron ran into my sea of consciousness. Does that mean that it wants to follow me? Also, that terrifying lightning essence. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming immediately appeared in the Temple of Paragon and focused. In the next instant, Lu Ming returned to the foggy place. This was his sea of consciousness. The lightning cauldron floated in the air motionlessly. The vast lightning essence continued to spread out. It was extremely rich. The lightning essence is too terrifying. Haha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Then he called out to the lightning cauldron a few times, but there was no response from it. Although this lightning cauldron didn't have an artifact spirit, Lu Ming was certain that it definitely had its own spirituality. Now that it wasn't reacting at all, it was likely that it had been injured by the heavenly tribulation and needed to recover. Forget it. I'll comprehend the concept of thunder first. Lu Ming walked under the thunder cauldron and sat down cross-legged, comprehending the vast concept of thunder. The thunder intent from the thunder cauldron was too dense. It was dozens of times denser than the thunder intent in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It was also clearer and easier to comprehend. It was as if there was a supreme existence teaching Lu Ming the concept of thunder at all times. Lu Ming felt as if he was bathed in a sea of thunder concept. His thunder concept was advancing by leaps and bounds. Awesome, this is awesome. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The carefree feeling of rapid improvement fascinated him, and he became even more focused on comprehending. As time passed, Lu Ming's lightning force increased at a terrifying speed. Thunder force. Early stage of great accomplishment, middle stage of great accomplishment, late stage of great accomplishment. In a mere 5 days' time, Lu Ming's lightning momentum rushed to the grand completion stage in one stroke. However, Lu Ming did not have any intention of stopping. The state of thunder in the surroundings was simply too high quality. It was definitely not a first-grade state of thunder. It was many times higher than the first-grade state of thunder that a martial king comprehended. To comprehend in such an environment, for someone who was still in the realm of force, the speed of improvement was terrifying. It was just like a person earning money. When one had no capital, it would be difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan. But when you have millions or tens of millions, is it still difficult to earn tens of thousands of yuan? It wouldn't be difficult. Lu Ming continued to cultivate, trying to break through to the intent realm. After Xiao Chen's state of thunder reached perfection, his speed of improvement started to slow down. However, that was only compared to before. Compared to others, he was still many times faster. Awesome, this is too awesome. I wonder what level the owner of this lightning cauldron is. I heard that even martial emperors would die if they came here. Could it be that they have surpassed the martial emperor realm? Lu Ming thought to himself. Surpassed the martial emperor? Lu Ming simply did not dare to imagine it. In the divine desolate continent, martial monarchs were the peak experts. They ruled over an area, and their might shook the world. No one could defeat them. Was there really an existence that surpassed martial monarchs in the world? Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. No wonder. I heard that someone once obtained an inheritance at the 100 Gods Slope, and became an expert that could move unhindered in the divine desolate continent. It is really possible. Lu Ming thought for a while before continuing to comprehend. Half a month. After only half a month, the power of thunder had undergone a qualitative change. It broke through the shackles in one move, transforming from state to intent realm. Thunder concept. Lu Ming had comprehended the thunder concept in one go. Ah! I really did not expect that I would comprehend the state of thunder so quickly. Now, I have comprehended the state of thunder for wind, fire, and thunder. What I need to do now is to merge the state of thunder with the state of wind and fire. Once the three states are merged, the three ultimate skills of the dragon god will immediately transform into a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Then, my combat prowess will reach a horrifying level. At that time, how many battles will I be able to fight? 9 battles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend had it that 9 was the limit. No matter how powerful the geniuses of the divine desolate continent were, they could only reach 9 battles at most. It was impossible to break that limit. It was like a rule. Legend had it that a 9-battle genius had the potential to become a martial monarch. Lu Ming felt great anticipation in his heart. For now, Lu Ming put aside the matter of comprehending the state of thunder. Then he focused on merging the 3 states. Unfortunately, merging the 3 states was too difficult. The difficulty of merging the states increased tremendously with each additional state. Right now, merging the 3 states was even more difficult than merging the state of wind and fire. Fortunately, Lu Ming already had experience in merging the states. He could avoid many detours. However, he could not merge them in a short time. While Lu Ming was doing his best to merge the 3 states, A horrifying electric light suddenly burst out from a courtyard in the Thunder Palace in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The electric light soared into the sky, and dark clouds immediately covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. This time, countless people were alarmed. Heavenly tribulation. That is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing a tribulation to break through to Martial King. Who is it? It should be Xue Chao. Previously, I heard that he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to Martial King. Incredible. I wonder if he can succeed or not. Rumble. Following that, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A heavenly flame descended, and a tribulation descended. Half an hour later, the dark clouds scattered, and a loud roar shook the sky. Following that, a purple figure soared into the sky from the Thunder Palace. As he hovered in the air, lightning flickered around him, filling him with a disdainful aura. It really is Xue Chao. He broke through to Martial King. The Thunder Palace Master has another Martial King expert under his wing. How envious. He became a Martial King, transcending mortality, and has a lifespan of 1,000 years. I have to work hard. Discussions rang out in the surroundings. Most of them were filled with envy. Whoosh. Chapter 453. Haha, junior brother Chiao. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to enter the king realm within 10 years. The purple-clothed young man, Xue Chao, laughed loudly, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Senior brother, please guide me in the future. Qiu Changkong said. Xue Chao nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Oh right, where's Lu Ming? I've already broken through to the Martial King realm, and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. I'll find a chance to deal with him. Xue Chao placed his hands behind his back and looked disdainfully at the world. Lu Ming seems to have gone out some time ago. Qiu Changkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, he went out? He's lucky. I'll let him live for a while longer. Junior brother Qiu, find someone to keep an eye on him. Once Lu Ming returns, inform me as soon as possible, Xue Chao said. Thank you, senior brother. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. In the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming was trying his best to merge the three forces. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Although he had made great progress in the merging of the three wills, he was still lacking a little, and it was difficult to merge them completely. At this time, the 3-month deadline of the 100 Gods slope was about to arrive. Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and rushed out with all his might. His speed was much faster and 2 days later, Lu Ming was out of the 100 Gods slope. Once out of the 100 Gods slope, Lu Ming's genuine qi immediately recovered. It was like a surging river, surging vigorously and reaching its peak. I didn't expect that after being suppressed for 3 months, there would still be progress. Now that I've reached the limit of the martial ancestor realm, I've comprehended the wills of wind, fire and thunder. When I return, I can start refining my genuine qi. Whoosh. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew towards the myriad star city. 2 hours later, Lu Ming entered the Emperor God Palace and returned to the East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming is finally back. A deep voice came from the clouds not far away. Then, a figure flashed and disappeared. East Sky Courtyard. Now I'll start refining my genuine qi with the 3 wills. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful intents burst forth, but they disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming controlled the 3 intents and dissolved them in his dantian. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the 3 wills struck the vortex as if they were hammering iron. The cyclone vibrated, and sparks flew out of it. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming continued to control the 3 types of essence of heaven and earth, bombarding the cyclone continuously. Sparks flew out from the impact. They were genuine qi. Genuine qi's as steel iron. His true qi was like mixed iron, and his true essence was like fine steel. If it wasn't for the concept of heaven and earth, there was no other way to achieve this. Once one reached the peak of the 9th layer martial ancestor realm, one's qi would be extremely condensed. It would be extremely difficult to temper it. Was to refine it. To refine. Fortunately, Lu Ming cultivated 3 types of heaven and earth concept at the same time. The tempering effect was many times stronger than that of a single concept. It was not as simple as multiplying it by 3. Bang! The 3 wills continued to bombard the heavens and earth. Sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, there were dragon roars. Half an hour later, the chi whirlpool shook violently. Then a crystal-like liquid floated out. Genuine chi. Haha, I've finally refined a strand of genuine chi. Afterward, Lu Ming put in more effort to temper. After the first strand of genuine chi was born, the rest was much easier. Genuine chi continued to be refined. 2 hours later, the genuine chi in the chi whirlpool and meridians had been refined into crystal-like genuine chi. However, Lu Ming discovered a fact. The amount of quintessential essence was too little. It was less than 1% of the previous quintessential energy. Transforming genuine chi to genuine chi was like transforming force to intent. It was a qualitative improvement. Genuine chi was dozens of times more condensed than genuine chi. Of course, it was much more powerful. Once the genuine chi was refined into genuine chi, only 1 out of 100 could be refined. Lu Ming felt empty in his dantian and meridians. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming waved his hand and 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Explode! Lu Ming shouted. Bang! 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 All 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline's mouth like a tide. It then turned into genuine chi and flowed into Lu Ming's body. It replenished Lu Ming's genuine chi. Soon, Lu Ming's body was filled with genuine chi again. Continue refining. Then Lu Ming began refining again. After the genuine chi turned into genuine chi, more genuine chi flowed into the 9 dragons' bloodline. The proportion of genuine chi in Lu Ming's body increased. 1%, 2%, 3%. Soon, all 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals had been used up. Lu Ming took out another 5,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The process of refining genuine chi consumed a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Therefore, Lu Ming had already exchanged for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Refining went on like crazy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had used up all his supreme-grade spiritual crystals. At this time, Lu Ming's genuine chi had only reached 50%. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. Lu Ming had a total of 45,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The energy required by the true dragon fighting skill is too terrifying. An ordinary person would need at most 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. But I need so much. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I still need to get a batch of supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, it was possible to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and refine it slowly. However, that would take too long and Lu Ming could not afford it. Supreme-grade spiritual crystals. How can I get enough of them? Lu Ming thought hard. Previously, he had already sold everything he could and exchanged them for supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Now he didn't have much left to sell. I got some dragon grass in the dragon's cave. I wanted to keep it to cultivate the true dragon fighting skill. Now that the true dragon fighting skill has reached level 9, it is no longer useful. I can sell it. Also, I can sell the sword-shaped herb I got at the 100 Gods Slope. I can definitely sell it for a good price. Lu Ming thought. Oh right, that guy's storage ring. He thought of the storage ring of the burly young man he killed at the 100 Gods Slope. He immediately opened it to take a look. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. There were 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. There were also some other things that could be worth at least 1,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. That burly young man was the son of a guardian of the Wind Palace. It was normal for him to have so many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He probably saved them to refine his genuine chi. Now, all of them were given to Lu Ming. Let's go to the rare treasure house. Chapter 454. Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard and soared into the sky, heading towards the mystical treasure house. Lu Ming finally left the eastern sky courtyard. Looking at his direction, he should be heading towards the mystical treasure house. Quickly send a message to senior brother Shui. As soon as Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard, a youth appeared in the clouds in the distance. He took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and sent a message. Lu Ming did not use his fastest speed because there were many people in the sky. If he was too fast, it would be easy for him to get into trouble. After a while, the mystical treasure house came into view. Lu Ming. Just at this moment, a cold shout reverberated between heaven and earth. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and turned around. Behind him, 2 youths were flying towards him. Seeing the 2 of them, Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Qiu Changkong, and it's actually him? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of them was Qiu Changkong. As for the other, Lu Ming recognized him with a single glance. He was the same youth who had sent the invitation letter to the Divine Guard selection at the Mystic Origin Sword Sect. Qiu Changkong and Shui Chao instantly arrived in front of Lu Ming. Why did the 2 of you call for me? Lu Ming asked indifferently. What's the matter? Haha, Lu Ming, you seem to have forgotten quickly. More than 3 months ago, you contradicted the Thunder Palace Master in front of everyone in the Thunder Palace. That was simply outrageous. I don't mind telling you, I'm the Lightning Palace Master's 3rd disciple, Shui Chao. Today I'll seek justice for my master. Shui Chao's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming and shouted. His voice was very loud, and it spread far and wide. Even the people in the mystical treasure house were alarmed. That's Shui Chao and Lu Ming. I heard that 3 months ago, Lu Ming disrespected the Lightning Palace Master. Looks like Shui Chao is going to find trouble with Lu Ming. Isn't that right? Lu Ming is arrogant. He's finished this time. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Ear-piercing sounds continued to ring out as hundreds of people surrounded them. Seek justice? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he laughed loudly. What a joke. That day, I followed the normal procedure and went to the Thunder Hall to listen to the lecture. But the Thunder Hall Master wanted to chase me away for no reason. How could I not go against such an action? There's a saying that goes, if the Emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. So what if it's the Thunder Palace Master? If he's wrong, why can't I say anything? Presumptuous. Arrogant. Shui Chao shouted. His gaze was threatening as he said, Lu Ming, how audacious. My master is the Thunder Hall Master, and has made great contributions to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. He has a venerated status, and is not someone that an ant like you can go against. You still dare to boast shamelessly and disrespect my master. My master is open-minded and won't lower himself to your level. However, as his disciple, I can't just sit by and watch. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Boom. After speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Shui Chao's body. This aura was so powerful that it caused even the space to tremble slightly. Some people on the side couldn't withstand this aura and frantically retreated. This was the aura of a king, the pressure of a king. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Back in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Shui Chao was clearly only a half-step king. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a while, Shui Chao had already broken through to the king realm? Being able to break through to the king realm at this age was already very rare. Rumble. The king realm aura was like an ancient divine mountain as it pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved slightly as he resisted this pressure. Shui Chao is going to make a move. Lu Ming is finished. Serves him right. Lu Ming is so arrogant and self-righteous. I already expected that he would suffer. Now Shui Chao is teaching Lu Ming a lesson on behalf of his master. It's reasonable. As a person, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. If he wasn't so self-righteous and didn't dream of cultivating several intents at the same time, he would have already taken the Wind Palace Master as his master. If he took the Wind Palace Master as his master, Shui Chao wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Humph. He only has himself to blame. Many people who disliked Lu Ming gloated over his misfortune and made sarcastic remarks. Lu Ming, kneel down and admit your mistake. I can forgive you, Shui Chao shouted as he took a step forward. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook as the space rumbled. Xuechao's step seemed to have 100 million pounds of force. With this step, the aura on his body became even stronger. Lu Ming, hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Beg my senior brother to forgive you. On the side, Qiu Changkong also shouted. Qiu Changkong, do you want to die? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at Qiu Changkong with eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately, Qiu Changkong felt his body go cold and his scalp go numb. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He coward. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you want to die. Qiu Changkong came to his senses and his face turned red. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted crazily. You're a mad dog. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Changkong and then looked at Xuechao. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The tip of the spear pointed at Xuechao and said, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Haha, you want to fight with me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xuechao laughed. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his body, and he looked like a thunder god. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Rumble! In the sky, a tall figure suddenly appeared. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was so oppressive that the crowd almost couldn't breathe. How can you fight near the mystical treasure restaurant? If you want to fight, go to the Divine Guard's platform. The tall figure roared furiously. Guardian! Seeing this figure, Xuechao's face turned grave. There were 9 halls in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and each hall only had 3 guardians. Each of them was extremely powerful. Although Xuechao had broken through to the Martial King realm, he still had to behave in front of the guardians. I'll leave my words here. If you continue to fight here, I won't hold back. The protector said coldly. Then, with a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the place. Damn it. Lu Ming, you're lucky today. I'll let you off for now. However, there will be a time when you leave the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. At that time, I'll teach you a lesson. Xuechao snorted coldly with an ugly face. I'm lucky? Hee Xuechao, you came to find trouble with me and now you want to leave? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming said flatly. Lu Ming, what do you mean? Do you want to fight with me? Xuechao sneered. That's right. Xuechao, I'm officially challenging you now. Do you dare to fight with me at the Divine Guard's platform? Lu Ming shouted as he pointed his spear at Xuechao. His voice swept out in all directions like a storm. The scene was in an uproar. What? Lu Ming took the initiative to challenge Xuechao. Did I hear it wrong? Crazy. Lu Ming is crazy. Is he blind? Can't he see that Xuechao is already a martial king? How dare he challenge him? Chapter 455. Someone below the king realm actually dared to challenge a king realm cultivator. If he wasn't crazy, then he must have eaten a flood dragon's gallbladder. Since ancient times, those below the king realm who dared to challenge a king realm cultivator were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming must have been blinded by his own arrogance. Even Xuechao himself was stunned. After a while he reacted and said in a daze, What? What did you say? You want to challenge me? That's right. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Lu Ming said. Don't dare to accept the challenge? Alright, I accept your challenge. I'll accept it 10,000 times. Xuechao was almost shouting. He was too excited. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually challenge him. Was there something wrong with his head? Originally, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had a rule that kings couldn't challenge martial artists below the king realm. This was because the gap between them was too big. There was no suspense at all. It would be a one-sided slaughter. Even if a king realm cultivator took the initiative to challenge, martial artists below the king realm could also reject. Therefore, when he was stopped by the guardian, he felt helpless and didn't take the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. In his opinion, even if he challenged, Lu Ming would reject. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect that Lu Ming would challenge him. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? At the side, Qiu Changkong was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He kept shouting in his heart, courting death, Lu Ming is courting death. In that case, let's fight at the Divine Guard's platform. After saying that, Lu Ming took the lead and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong hurriedly followed, as if they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. There's a good show to watch. Quickly send a voice transmission, and ask junior brother to come and watch. It's rare to see someone below the King Realm challenging a King Realm cultivator. Quick, send a voice transmission too. The hundreds of people present all sent voice transmissions to those they were familiar with, asking them to come and watch. Then, they followed Lu Ming and flew towards the Divine Guard's platform. Swish. The space trembled, and a tall figure appeared. It was the Guardian from before. Interesting, let's go and watch. In the next moment, the figure disappeared. As Lu Ming flew, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The reason why he challenged Xue Chao was not because he was hot-headed, but because he had thought it through carefully. He had a crazy plan in his mind. He planned to use Xue Chao's power to fuse the three concepts of wind, fire, and thunder. Yes, he needed external help. In the past, he had experienced the same thing. The reason why he had been able to successfully fuse the power of wind and fire was because he had relied on Qiu Changlia's pressure to fuse them together. He wanted to repeat the same trick. And Xue Chao was undoubtedly a very good target. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could kill a bunch of ordinary half-step kings with one move. It was not challenging at all. However, he had no confidence in challenging those veteran kings. As for Xue Chao, it was obvious that he had just broken through to the King Realm. His strength was not considered strong among the King Realm, and he was just right for a fight. Soon the Divine Guards arrived. In a flicker, Lu Ming appeared on the Divine Guard platform. Xue Chao also descended from the Divine Guard platform. Wang. Buzz. Right at this moment, the space suddenly shook, and then several figures appeared in the sky. Palace Lords, the Palace Lords have arrived. Wind Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, Thunder Palace Lord, and Metal Palace Lord. For Palace Lords have come at once. It's rare for a King Realm cultivator to challenge a King Realm cultivator, so it's normal for the Palace Lords to come. The arrival of the Palace Lords in the sky immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Haha, you guys are fast. A loud laugh sounded as another figure appeared in the sky. This figure was tall and sturdy. Although he had a head of white hair, he still looked spirited. Earth Palace Lord has also arrived. Someone shouted. 5 of the 9 Palace Lords had arrived, which was more than half of them. Disciple greets Master. Seeing Thunder Palace Lord arrive, Xue Chao revealed a joyful expression. He flew into the sky and saluted Thunder Palace Lord. Well, I already know the whole story. Since Lu Ming is so arrogant and conceited, then you should teach him a good lesson so that he will remember. Thunder Palace Lord said indifferently. Yes, Master. Xue Chao revealed a joyful expression as he descended from the battle platform. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, air-rending sounds could be heard as figures rushed over from all directions of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace like ants. After a while, more than 10,000 people had appeared near the Divine Guard battle platform. This showed how big of a commotion this challenge had caused. Haha, Lu Ming, you should feel honored that so many people have come to see you get beaten up. Xue Chao laughed. We haven't fought yet, so I advise you not to be too happy. If you lose to me, you will be embarrassed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lose to you? Haha, Lu Ming, you really can think of that. You must be out of your mind. There's no such possibility. Xue Chao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly as he suddenly smiled. Xue Chao, how about this? Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What do you want to bet? Xue Chao's eyes lit up. If Lu Ming wanted to bet with him, wouldn't that be giving him money? How could he not agree? I'll bet with you with this. Lu Ming waved his hand and a sword-shaped herb appeared in the air, floating in front of Lu Ming. Once the sword-shaped herb appeared, it emitted a terrifying sword intent. Clang! 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 The 9 leaves of the sword-shaped herb were like divine swords as they emitted a clanging sound. 9 rays of sword light shot up into the sky. Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. Previously, the sword-shaped herb did not have such a phenomenon in the 100 Gods slope. He did not expect it to emit such a horrifying phenomenon, which was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck as well, and they were flabbergasted. What kind of spiritual herb is this? How could it cause such a phenomenon? Such a powerful sword intent. It's too powerful and mysterious. One of my sword skills is showing signs of a breakthrough. Treasure. This is a real treasure. Around him, some people let out excited roars. Boom. Boom. Just then, the 5 palace lords emitted a horrifying wave of energy as they stared at the sword-shaped herb with their eyes wide open. This is, after the death of a supreme expert, his sword didn't dissipate. After thousands of years, it can only be born by chance. It contains a trace of the supreme expert's sword Tao. The palace lord of wind said with a trembling voice. Treasure. A supreme treasure. The palace lord of fire also said with a trembling voice. How could this kid have such a treasure? I must get it. The palace lord of thunder's eyes were filled with greed. Lu Ming, how about selling this sword-shaped herb to me? I'll give you 60,000 spiritual crystals. The palace lord of gold was the first to speak. 60,000 spiritual crystals? Old monster Jean, you are dreaming. I'll give you 80,000 spiritual crystals. The palace lord of fire shouted. Lu Ming, I'll give you 100,000 spiritual crystals to buy your sword-shaped herb. Chapter 456. The surrounding people were once again dumbfounded. The battle had not even started yet, but the leaders had already started to fight over the plant that Lu Ming had taken out. And the price had reached a horrifying 100,000 spirit crystals, which had made a lot of people's souls shiver. 100,000 spirit crystals. What kind of concept was that? A lot of people would not even be able to see that many spirit crystals in their lifetime. The Thunder Palace leader stood on the side with a gloomy face. He also wanted to bid, but he could not bring himself to do so. But he really wanted to get the plant. But if Lu Ming sold it to one of the leaders, then he would have no hope at all. Seniors. Right then, Lu Ming suddenly held his fists together toward the leaders in the sky. His clear voice was heard. Seniors, I am a man of my words. I have said before that I would use this plant as a prize. So I will definitely do it. After I win, I will sell it to you. Hearing him, all the leaders shook their heads and sighed. Around them, most of the people were cursing Lu Ming for being such an idiot. The leaders had offered such a high price, and he still did not want to sell it. Instead, he wanted to sell it after he won? Was that even possible? Xuechao's luck is way too good. This Lu Ming is just an idiot. He still wants to win against Xuechao? There is no chance of that happening. Lu Ming was not even a half-step king warrior when he was in the Ditian Divine Guard exam. Even if he managed to break through during this period of time, he would still not be Xuechao's opponent. The difference between half-step king warriors and king warriors is just too big. Even the most powerful martial geniuses would not be able to make it through. Indeed, since the ancient times, there were very few people who were able to fight against king warriors as half-step king warriors. Those kind of people, as long as they grew up, would all become powerful figures. In the east of the Tianxian region, there was only one person who managed to beat a king warrior as a half-step king warrior. That was the peerless martial genius from 100 years ago. You are talking about Yan Kuangtu. Of course. Apart from him, who else could it be? He is the only peerless monster to defeat a king as a half-step king in the past 1,000 years of the Tianxian region. Later on, he even became the disciple of Supreme Nine Sons. Right now, he is already one of the peak experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. How can Lu Ming be compared to Yan Kuangtu? The difference is too great. However, there was one exception, and that was the Thunder Palace Master. At this moment, his heart was bursting with joy. Lu Ming still wanted to use the sword-shaped plant as the prize. Wasn't he giving it to him for free? The Thunder Palace Master tried his best to hold back his laughter. Xuechao, say something. Do you dare to bet with me? My sword-shaped plant is worth 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Do you dare? If not, just say it and I will change it. Lu Ming shouted. 80,000? Xuechao was stunned and stuttered. He didn't have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He had just broken through to the Martial King realm. So he had used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had on him to refine his vital essence. Moreover, even if he hadn't used them all, it was impossible for him to have 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He was willing to bet with Lu Ming 1,000 times, but he couldn't afford that amount of spiritual crystals. Chower bet with him. I will pay the spiritual crystals, the Thunder Palace Master said. He waved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He threw it to Xue Chao. Xue Chao was overjoyed. He caught the storage ring and said, "Thank you, Master." The Thunder Palace Master nodded calmly, but his heart was bursting with joy. This old man is so cunning. The other palace masters cursed in their hearts. Lu Ming, please be my witness. If I win, I am afraid that someone will go back on their word. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the other palace masters. The crowd was speechless again. Did he really think that he would win? Lu Ming, you don't have to worry about this. Since the few of us are here, none of you can go back on your word, the Wind Palace Master said resolutely. The other palace masters nodded in agreement. Then I'll have to thank the palace masters, Lu Ming said. He then looked around and his gaze fell on a young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows. He was the leader of the 4 heavenly divine guards, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang, since you are here, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming looked at Sheng Wushuang and said, "You want to bet with me? What are we betting on?" Sheng Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the sword-shaped herb. He looked away reluctantly and looked at Lu Ming. Of course, we're betting on who will win. Let's bet on the supreme grade spiritual crystals. I'll bet on myself. I'll bet less than you. How about 30,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? I will bet 30,000 spiritual crystals on Brother Xue winning. Sheng Wushuang waved his hand and a huge jade box appeared. When he opened it, it was filled with neat rows of top-grade spiritual crystals that exuded rich spiritual qi. Oh, Sheng Wushuang really has 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. He is really rich. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, where are your top-grade spiritual crystals? Take them out. Sheng Wushuang said. Why? Sheng Wushuang, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Lu Ming said with a smile. He did not have 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals on him. He only had 10,000 top-grade spiritual crystals, and he got them from the burly young man's storage ring. How could he take them out? He was just trying to gain something without risking anything. Humph, I don't think you would dare to go back on your word. Sheng Wushuang snorted. Lu Ming, are you done? Xue Chao said coldly. Yes, you can start now. Lu Ming looked at Xue Chao and smiled faintly. Xue Chao was enraged by his attitude. Wait a minute, I'll make you cry. Xue Chao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Lightning flashed all over his body and a powerful thunder intent realm burst out. Lu Ming, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Xue Chao roared with a crazy aura. He grasped the air with one hand, and streaks of lightning gathered in his hand, finally forming a lightning sword. Thunder slash. Whoosh. Xue Chao took a step forward and the lightning sword slashed down at Lu Ming. The aura of a martial king was fully released. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom. Lu Ming's figure moved and he kicked his leg forward. A terrifying force burst out. The 2 forces collided and Lu Ming's body flew backward. Xue Chao did not move at all. Defeated, Lu Ming is going to be defeated. The difference is too big. Yes, Xue Chao should not have used his full strength. Lu Ming was completely defeated and was sent flying in 1 move. How can he be so arrogant with such little battle strength? I really can't believe it. There was a wave of discussion around. Lose for me. Xue Chao roared, his eyes extremely cold. His body was like lightning, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a sneer. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. 9 dragons in the sky. Boom. Boom. This time it was 2 steps in a row. The space shook violently as the 2 terrifying forces superimposed and surged toward Xue Chao. Boom. The force overflowed and lightning flashed. Lu Ming and Xue Chao both flew backward. Chapter 457. CSI. This time, gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming actually managed to block Xue Chao's attack. How was that possible? Lu Ming was too strong. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Damn it! Xuechao shouted angrily. He felt humiliated that Lu Ming had blocked his attack. Martial King experts could easily crush those below the Martial King level, regardless of whether they were geniuses or not. Those who could break through to the Martial King level were peerless geniuses. Those who were not talented would not be able to break through to the Martial King level. Furthermore, those who could break through to the Martial King level were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, the weakest Martial King was a Battle 3 genius when he was a martial ancestor. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were some battle geniuses who broke through to the Martial King level, but they were too rare. They were geniuses, and with the Martial King level, it was too difficult to break through. But now Lu Ming had actually blocked his attack. It was unbelievable. Tian-class martial skill. Lu Ming's attack is equivalent to a Tian-class martial skill. The Fire Palace Master said with bright eyes. That's right. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to cultivate a Tian-class martial skill before becoming a martial king. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Although it can barely be considered the first level of a lower Tian-class martial skill, it's still very rare. The Wind Palace Master nodded. Of course, the Palace Masters did not hide their words and spread it far and wide. The crowd suddenly realized that Lu Ming had cultivated a Tian-class martial skill. No wonder he could block Xuechao's attack. One had to know that even among the low-level martial kings, there were many who had yet to cultivate a Tian-level martial skill. Xuechao, didn't you say you would defeat me in 3 moves? Now you have 2 moves, 1 more. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're courting death. Xuechao roared. Boom. An even stronger aura suddenly rushed out of Xuechao's body. True Yuan like a stormy sea filled his entire body. True Yuan and Intent Realm made Xuechao's aura extremely strong. This was the true strength of a martial king expert. However, this was not the end. A lightning sword danced in the air, extremely resplendent. 6 silver chakras revolved around the sword. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Xuechao was about to unleash his full strength. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. If you can't take this move, you'll die. You brought this on yourself. Purple Lightning Annihilation Sword. Xuechao let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming like a thunder god, slashing out a terrifying sword gleam. Boom. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming activated his bloodline, which had already been converted to 50% of his true origin, and began to circulate it madly. Subsequently, the wind and fire concepts soared into the sky. True Dragon Strike. Xiao Chen thrust out his spear, and a 2-colored true dragon roared as it flew out. Waves of dragon roars shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boom. The 2-colored dragon collided heavily with Xuechao's thunder battle sword. The Divine Guard battle platform rumbled violently and trembled. Horrifying power chi and Intent Realm shot out madly in all directions. Everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, several palace masters waved their hands and formed a light screen, blocking the power chi. Boom. The light on the Divine Guard platform dissipated. A figure retreated 9 steps, each step causing the platform to rumble. It was Lu Ming. Xuechao also retreated 3 steps. Gosh. Everyone stared blankly at the 2 figures on the battle platform. Obviously, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, everyone was not shocked by Xuechao's strength. On the contrary, they were shocked by Lu Ming. Xuechao had already unleashed his full strength, but Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. He was only at a slight disadvantage, and even pushed Xuechao back a few steps. How could this be? Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Nest, what am I seeing? I am witnessing a miracle. A half-step king could actually withstand a king's attack, and even push him back. This is crazy. Does this mean that Lu Ming already has the battle strength of a king? Gosh, this is too shocking. Many Tian divine guards around were so excited that their faces were flushed red, and they were shouting loudly. Even the hall leaders were astounded. Wind and Fire Intent Realm. This is the fusion of the Wind and Fire Intent Realm. Lu Ming obviously had not comprehended the Intent Realm before, but now, he has comprehended 2 intents. This speed is too fast. Wind Palace Master said in shock. cultivating two attributes at the same time, and being able to comprehend two forces to the level of concept in such a short period of time. This kind of talent is really too shocking. Fire Palace Master sighed. Especially Wind Palace Master. When he thought of persuading Lu Ming to give up on the fire intent realm, and was rejected by Lu Ming, he was unhappy and thought that Lu Ming was arrogant and stubborn. Now that he thought of it, his face was a little hot. Lu Ming told everyone that he was not arrogant or stubborn, but that he had the talent to cultivate two intents at the same time. On the side, Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy. In the crowd, Sheng Wushuang's face was even uglier. He was the first person to berate Lu Ming like an elder. He said that Lu Ming's future was limited because he cultivated two intents at the same time, and that he could not compare with him in the future. But the truth was that Lu Ming's speed was still terrifying even though he cultivated two intents at the same time, much faster than many people who cultivated one intent. In such a short time, he had comprehended two intents at the same time. This was simply a slap to his face. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Sheng Wushuang, what do you think of my wind and fire intent realm? As if he felt Sheng Wushuang's gaze, Lu Ming looked at him and said with a smile, "Humph, it's just luck. So what if you have comprehended the wind and fire intent realm? You're still going to lose." Sheng Wushuang sneered. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into an inexplicable smile. Lu Ming go die. On the battle stage, Xue Chao roared. He felt like he was going crazy. He was a martial king expert, but he was forced back by a half-step king. This was a great humiliation, and from now on, he would become a laughingstock among kings. Since ancient times, how many kings had been forced back by a half-step king? He could go down in the history books. Therefore, he was angry, and he hated that he could not tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming, with your wind and fire intent realm, how can you stop me? Purple lightning annihilation sword die. Xue Chao roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Zhen Yuan gushed out, lightning flashed, and sword chi tore through the sky. With such a powerful battle strength, he could kill a large number of ordinary half-step kings with one sword. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary half-step king. If the wind and fire intent realm is not enough, then I'll add another one. Lu Ming said coldly. Bang! Sizzle! Then another heaven and earth intent realm rushed out from Lu Ming's body, and lightning appeared in the sky. Thunder intent realm. As soon as the thunder intent realm appeared, the heaven and earth suddenly quieted down. Space and time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming. Chapter 458. Hiss hiss hiss. Then, there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Oh, what's that? Thunder concept. Oh heavens, oh earth. Lu Ming has actually cultivated the thunder concept, and has already comprehended it successfully. 3 concepts, how is that possible? I've never seen him use the thunder concept before. This is too heaven-defying, too heaven-defying. Cultivating 3 concepts at the same time, and improving so quickly. How are others supposed to live? In the past, those who said that Lu Ming was arrogant, conceited, and stubborn are really blind. Lu Ming obviously knows his own limitations and knows his own talent. That's why he cultivated 3 types of intents. If he only cultivated one type of intents, he would really be stubborn and a waste of talent. Su, lower your voice. That's what the Wind and Thunder Palace Masters said. The Thunder Palace Master even asked Lu Ming to get out of the Thunder Palace, and not let him attend the lecture. It's over. Did he hear it? But I'm telling the truth. Cough cough. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master coughed and looked embarrassed. Haha, it seems like I've made a mistake. The Wind Palace Master laughed and wasn't angry. However, it was a different story for the Thunder Palace Master. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Ming. That day, he berated Lu Ming and asked him to get out of the Thunder Summit. He said that Lu Ming wasn't qualified to listen to his lecture, and would never amount to anything in his life. He even used his aura to suppress Lu Ming. But how long had it been? Not only did Lu Ming cultivate the wind and fire concepts, but he also cultivated the thunder concept. This was equivalent to Lu Ming repeatedly slapping him in the face. Damn it, little bastard. If I say that you're useless, You should be useless for your entire life. Now that you've cultivated to such a level, you're clearly going against me and causing me to lose face. This is a capital offense, a capital offense. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart, and his eyes were extremely sinister. As soon as Lu Ming's concept of lightning appeared, it shook the entire audience and set off a monstrous clamor. Even Xue Chao himself was incomparably shocked. He retreated a few steps and even forgot to attack. Lu Ming's aura was wild as the three different mentalities intertwined together. Holding the long spear in one hand, he walked step by step toward Xue Chao. Xue Chao, bring out your full strength. That's all you've got. You disappoint me. Lu Ming berated. Lu Ming, do you think you can fight me just because you've unleashed three concepts? Naive. Die. Xue Chao forced himself to calm down, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kill, he must kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too strong, making him tremble with fear. As for Qiu Changkong, he was in the crowd. His face had already turned pale. Purple lightning thousand sword slash. Xue Chao roared and raised his strength to the peak. He slashed out with his battle sword and countless lightning sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Thousand dragons kill. Lu Ming executed the second move of the three ultimate skills of the dragon god. Wind, fire, and lightning. The three mentalities merged together and pierced out with the long spear. Instantly, dragon roars resounded. Countless small two-colored true dragons flew out and pounced towards the sword chi. Yes, it was still two-colored because the lightning mentalities hadn't completely merged with the wind and fire mentalities. Although they hadn't merged, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased greatly with the addition of the lightning mentalities. Boom. Boom. The lightning sword chi clashed with the two-colored true dragons and exploded like fireworks. In just a few breaths, thousands of explosions rang out. Kill. Kill. Two loud roars rang out. Lu Ming and Xue Chao shuttled through the turbulent energy waves and clashed heavily. Boom. Boom. The two of them clashed continuously. The sword chi and the spear light shot up tens of thousands of meters into the sky and stirred up the clouds. At the scene, everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the two of them. Not enough, the pressure isn't enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Although Xue Chao was slightly stronger than him, it was very limited and couldn't give him enough pressure to merge the wind and fire mentalities. Xue Chao, is this all you've got? Martial King? I think you're the trashiest Martial King, right? If I were you, I would just cripple my own cultivation. Lu Ming shouted, full of disdain. The crowd was speechless. Although Xue Chao had just broken through to Martial King, he was definitely not the trashiest Martial King. Xue Chao himself was a terrifying genius. When he was a martial ancestor, he was a four-battle genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Thunder Palace Master and taken in as a disciple. A four-battle genius from the martial ancestor realm wouldn't be the trashiest Martial King. His battle prowess wouldn't be too weak. However, in Lu Ming's words, he was the trashiest Martial King. The Thunder Palace Master was so angry that his lips trembled. As for Xue Chao, he was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. At this point in the battle, Xue Chao knew that he was destined to become a laughingstock. However, he still had a chance. As long as he defeated Lu Ming, he would be able to save some face. He clenched his teeth and roared. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Xue Chao roared as his finger emitted a glow. A pill appeared and was swallowed by him. Bang. After Xue Chao swallowed the pill, the true qi in his body went berserk as if it had gone mad. It was now twice as strong as before. Xue Chao's eyes were bloodshot as his hair danced in the wind. He held the thunderous battle sword in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming. The increase in the strength of his true qi greatly increased his battle prowess. Dang! Lu Ming exchanged blows with Xue Chao. He could feel a surge of violent energy surging toward him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. Such a powerful force. Haha, just nice. Lu Ming was filled with battle intent. However, the crowd was in an uproar. That's the energy burst pill. Xue Chao actually took the energy burst pill. How despicable. Once the energy burst pill is taken, one's true qi will go berserk and become twice as strong as before. However, the side effects are also very severe. After the effect of the pill wears off, one's true qi will become impure and even sluggish. There will be a long period of weakness, and one will have to pay a huge price to recover. Especially for someone like Xue Chao who has just broken through. The energy burst pill is equivalent to a poisonous pill. If he doesn't handle it well, his future path of martial arts will be cut off. He's being forced into a corner. Discussions broke out all around. Thunder Palace Master, Xue Chao has already violated the rules. In the sky, the Wind Palace Master's face turned ugly as he looked at the Thunder Palace Master. Violated the rules? How so? Before the competition, there was no rule that forbade the use of external force. The Thunder Palace Master said coldly. You are really despicable. The Wind Palace Master was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, before the competition, who would have thought of this? Who would have thought that Xue Chao would use external force? Everyone thought that Xue Chao would definitely win. They were not worried that Lu Ming would use external force, which was already considered good. Die, little bastard, die. In the crowd, Sheng Wushuang roared. This battle was not only related to his reputation, but also related to 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Naturally, he would pay special attention to it. Boom. At this moment, the battle in the fighting ring continued. With the help of the energy burst pill, Xue Chao madly attacked Lu Ming. Die. Chapter 459. He was well aware of the side effects of the energy burst elixir. He had never thought of taking it. The energy burst elixir was for him to save his life at a critical moment, but he had no choice because of Lu Ming. Today he had to win. He had no way out. Once he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. To him, 80,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure that he could not bear. Therefore he blamed everything on Lu Ming. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Boom. Xue Chao held the lightning sword and attacked Lu Ming violently. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. Three wills intertwined as he fought with Xue Chao. Boom. Boom. The fighting ring shook continuously. Wills filled the air and True Yuan shot out. Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art. He had reached the 9th level and had 10 times the true qi. Although he had only converted 50% of it, the other half was still true qi. When he circulated it, it was somewhat obscure and could not explode with his full strength. However, it was still comparable to Xue Chao's True Yuan. In terms of wills, the 3 wills combined were still incomparable to a wills that had condensed a will's rune. However, with the addition of the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god, the power would not be too far off. Therefore Lu Ming could fight with Xue Chao. However, after Xue Chao swallowed the energy burst elixir, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was even more excited. Yes, this is the feeling. This is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 3 wills to the extreme. The 3 wills intertwined together and clashed with Xue Chao. He felt that the thunder wills were merging with the wind and fire wills. Although it was slow, it was indeed merging. Haha, fight. Lu Ming roared and used all his strength to fight against Xue Chao. However, he was still at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Xue Chao's violent attacks and kept retreating. This situation fell into the eyes of others, but they did not think so. They did not know Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's been completely suppressed. That's right. Right now, he's only resisting stubbornly. However, he won't be able to resist for long. Once he's defeated, he'll have to face Xue Chao's storm-like attacks. At that time, he'll probably be defeated and killed. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat now. It's already a great honor to be able to fight a king to this extent. In the past 1,000 years, only Yan Kuangtu from 100 years ago could do this. That's right. If Lu Ming can maintain this momentum, his future achievements will be limitless. It would be a pity if he were to die at Xue Chao's hands. By now more and more people had gathered to watch. There were already more than 20,000 people. Even one of the 9 hall masters had come. Some people were gloating, while others were worried for Lu Ming. I'm certain that Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. Someone said affirmatively. Soon 20 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on, although the situation didn't look good. Cough, cough. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so tenacious. This is his will to live supporting him. However, it's useless. This time, he'll be defeated within 30 moves. The person who previously said that Lu Ming would be defeated within 20 moves coughed a few times and spoke again. Soon another 30 moves had passed. Lu Ming was still holding on. Cough, cough, cough. This time, Lu Ming will definitely be defeated within 50 moves. That person kept coughing. He was very embarrassed, but his mouth was very cheap and he came to a conclusion. The people around him looked at him with disdain and stayed far away from him. Lu Ming didn't know about any of this, nor would he pay attention to it. Now all his thoughts were on the 3 wills. Soon, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Boom. Suddenly, the 3 wills roared. Then with a boom they merged into one. The fusion was successful. The 3 wills of wind, fire, and thunder had finally merged into one. When the 3 wills merged, the power of the 3 unique skills of the dragon god automatically evolved from low heaven level to high heaven level. In other words, Lu Ming now directly possessed the power of the 3rd level of a high heaven level martial skill. Roar. With a thrust of the spear, a tricolored dragon flew out. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and it was several times stronger than before. How could this be? What's going on? Xue Qiao was shocked. Bang! Bang! The thunder sword light that he unleashed with all his strength instantly collapsed in front of the tricolor dragon like trash. The tricolor dragon pounced and clawed at Xue Qiao's body. Xue Qiao screamed and his body flew far away. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and his body rushed out. The long spear lashed out and hit Xue Qiao's body. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Xue Qiao's body flew along the fighting ring. After flying for more than 1,000 meters, Xue Qiao lay on the ground, coughing up blood and twitching nonstop. He was half dead. Everyone's eyes were about to explode. They were tongue-tied as they watched in a daze. Hey, did I stare too hard just now and get dizzy? Am I hallucinating? I actually saw Lu Ming suddenly explode and beat Xue Qiao half to death. Don't you think it's funny? No way you saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It can't be real, right? 1 is seeing things, 2 are seeing things, but it can't be all 3. I fucking saw it too. Nestle, it can't be. Could this be real? Are we dreaming? Lu Ming actually suddenly erupted and won? How is this possible? How is this possible? Yeah, he was obviously being suppressed. How could he suddenly win? Is he cheating? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. They couldn't understand. In the end, they could only think of Lu Ming cheating. Cheating, Lu Ming, you despicable bastard. How dare you cheat in the battle? Qiu Changkong flew out and screamed hysterically. Lu Ming could actually defeat Xue Qiao, a challenger. Qiu Changkong couldn't accept it. Idiot. Lu Ming glanced at Qiu Changkong indifferently. What did you say? You cheated and you don't allow others to talk about it? How dare you? Tell me, how did you cheat? Tell me honestly. There are so many people here, including the palace masters. How can you be so presumptuous? Qiu Changkong roared. Qiu Changkong, don't go overboard. Even Xue Qiao could use the energy burst pill. Even if Brother Lu used some tricks, it's not overboard. Jian Fengyan flew out from the crowd and said loudly. He also thought that Lu Ming must have used some tricks. However, if Xue Qiao could use the energy burst pill, why couldn't Lu Ming use some tricks? He definitely didn't use any ordinary tricks. He must have used some despicable tricks. Qiu Changkong argued, not letting go of Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming. This battle doesn't count. Cancel our bet. Sheng Wushuang shouted. Cancel? Sheng Wushuang, you want to go back on your words after losing? Do you think you can do that? Hand over the supreme grade spiritual crystals. Chapter 460. Sheng Wushuang's expression changed as he shouted. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're the one who cheated first. Nonsense. Lu Ming scolded as he moved his body and clawed at Sheng Wushuang. You have to hand it over today. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. You. Lu Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. It's just cheating. Die. Sheng Wushuang roared as his terrifying aura erupted. Sheng Wushuang was very close to the martial king realm. Whether it was the refinement of true essence or the comprehension of intent realm, he was very close to the martial king realm. His battle strength was also very terrifying. He had reached the level of a 5-battle genius. The sword mark on his forehead glowed, and an iron sword flew out and landed in Saint Wushuang's hand. He slashed out with the sword and a mighty sword radiance filled the world as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's claw was surrounded by 3 different intent realms, and its power was terrifying. Sheng Wushuang's sword radiance was crushed like a bubble in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's claw did not stop as he grabbed Sheng Wushuang's neck. Lu Ming squeezed hard and a majestic true essence, wind, fire and thunder intent realm poured into Sheng Wushuang's neck. Sheng Wushuang could not resist at all as Lu Ming grabbed him like a chick. Bam! Lu Ming flung Sheng Wushuang hard. Sheng Wushuang's body was like a toad as he was flung heavily onto the fighting ring. Boom! It was as if the fighting ring had been hit by a meteorite, making a violent roar and shaking non-stop. Crack! Crack! A jarring sound was heard as Sheng Wushuang's bones broke. Sheng Wushuang's body hit the fighting ring and bounced up high before falling down again. He bounced a few times like a rubber ball before coming to a stop. Puff! Sheng Wushuang spat out blood as if it was free. The people around felt their teeth ache and a chill run down their spines. Lu Ming was too violent. Once there was a disagreement, he took action. Most importantly, Sheng Wushuang, the number 1 genius of the 4 celestial divine guards, couldn't even last one move from Lu Ming. He was like a helpless chicken. However, their cultivation bases were clearly at the half-step king level. This was too shocking. The difference was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Not far away, Qiu Chongkong was so scared that his whole body was trembling nonstop. There was not a trace of blood on his face, and he almost wet his pants. Even Sheng Wushuang couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming. If Sheng Wushuang wanted to deal with him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. What do you mean the number 1 genius of the 4 heavens divine guards? You're just a piece of trash. How can such trash be qualified to be on the same level as me? Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang and said disdainfully, Puchi. These words caused Sheng Wushuang to vomit blood again. Hall masters, Lu Ming has gone too far. He used despicable means to win against Xue Chao. He must be severely punished. Saint Wushuang screamed. Enough! At this moment, the Hall Master of Wind shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone. Lu Ming didn't cheat. The Hall Master of Wind continued. Everyone was stunned. He didn't cheat? How is that possible? He was clearly at a disadvantage before. If he didn't cheat, how could he burst out with such power and defeat Xue Chao in one move? How is that possible? Sheng Wushuang couldn't accept it and shouted. Lu Ming didn't cheat, which meant that he would lose 30,000 spirit crystals. Are you doubting my words? The Hall Master of Wind looked coldly at Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang suddenly felt a chill and shouted. No, how would I dare to doubt the Hall Master? It's just that this matter is too strange. Lu Ming must give a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanation? The reasonable explanation is that Lu Ming broke through in the battle. The Hall Master of Wind said coldly. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a gentle smile and deep amazement. Lu Ming, in the battle just now, you've completely merged the 3 essences of wind, fire and thunder, right? The Hall Master is really insightful. Lu Ming said with a smile. He knew that he couldn't hide it from the Hall Masters. I recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and Xue Chao was looking for trouble with me, so I used him to practice. I didn't expect to break through in such a short time. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked toward Xue Chao. At this moment, Xue Chao was a little more awake and struggled to get up. When he heard these words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. It was Qi. Everyone around was dumbfounded. It turned out that the reason Lu Ming challenged Xue Chao was to use him for cultivation. Most importantly, not only did he use Xue Chao for cultivation, but he also made such a big bet with him. It was too unkind. At the same time, they were also shocked by Lu Ming's talent. Different essences couldn't be merged in a casual battle. If it was that simple, everyone would have gone to cultivate. It was all because of Lu Ming's abnormal talent. In the fighting ring, Sheng Wushuang opened his mouth for a long time, but no words came out. What about me? Where are the spiritual crystals? Hurry up and take them out. Lu Ming walked to Sheng Wushuang's side and looked down at him. Sheng Wushuang was on the verge of tears and his lips were trembling. 30,000 spiritual crystals, that was almost all of his wealth. He kept them to refine his true origin and break through to Martial King. How could he bear to part with them? The reason why he agreed to bet with Lu Ming was that he was sure to win and earn 30,000 spiritual crystals. Why not? If he knew that he would lose, he wouldn't have taken the bet. He looked at the hall masters in the sky with a pleading look. You bet and you lose. Give it to me. Hall Master Feng said coldly. Saint Wushuang's body trembled even more violently. He took out the jade box unwillingly and stared at it, unwilling to part with it. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and took the jade box. He scanned it and found that there were exactly 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals in it. It's just 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It's not a big deal. Do you have to make such an expression? Lu Ming said casually. He happily put the jade box into the Temple of Paragon. Puff. Sheng Wushuang was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Lu Ming's words were too infuriating. What did he mean by it was not a big deal? It was 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals, not 30,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Sheng Wushuang's face was pale and he looked sad. He was out of his mind. Back then he was so high and mighty. He looked as if he could judge everything. He gave pointers to Lu Ming like an elder giving pointers to a junior. He said that Lu Ming was not worthy to be his opponent in the future, because he cultivated several types of intents and his achievements were limited. How long had it been since then? In front of Lu Ming he was like a dog that could be easily manipulated. Chapter 461. Now that he thought about it, his expression back then was simply laughable. How could he give pointers to Lu Ming? How could he compare to Su Mo? He was right when he said that the gap between him and Lu Ming would only widen. It was just that Lu Ming was far ahead. Everyone's eyes swept over Sheng Wushuang. Many of them shook their heads and sighed. Sheng Wushuang was just born at the wrong time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming glanced at Sheng Wushuang indifferently and no longer looked at him. His body moved and appeared in front of Xue Chao. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Xue Chao has already lost. Do you dare to make another move? High up in the sky, Temple Master of Thunder's face was extremely gloomy. Who said I'm going to make another move? I'm just going to take the prize that I won. Lu Ming smiled and flicked his finger, sending a stream of true essence into Xue Chao's body. Xue Chao cried out, and came to his senses. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he screamed in fright. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming was speechless. He curled his lips and said, Xue Chao, you've lost. Hand over the 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. At this moment he wanted to die. Previously, he had the same thought as Sheng Wushuang. He thought that he would definitely win, so he agreed to bet 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. He never expected that he would lose. 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Xue Chao had never had so many supreme spiritual crystals in his life. They were lent to him by his master, and he definitely had to return them. His heart trembled, and he cast a pleading look at Temple Master of Thunder. Temple Master of Thunder's eyes flickered, and he turned his head away. There were 5 Temple Masters present, and he wasn't the only one. If he was alone, things would be easier. But with so many Temple Masters present, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Xue Chao, you must accept your loss. Your master is useless. Hand over the spiritual crystals. The faint voice of the Wind Palace Master sounded. Xue Chao's body trembled. With a pale face he took out a storage ring. It was the one that the Thunder Palace Master had given him. Lu Ming took it with a smile. He scanned it with his mind, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away. Thanks. I've been lacking spiritual crystals recently. Lu Ming added with a smile, his heart bursting with joy. In such a short period of time, he had earned 110,000 spiritual crystals. These spiritual crystals were too easy to earn. It was even faster than robbing people. Now, Lu Ming had enough spirit crystals to refine his quintessential essence. Xue Chao almost fainted from anger. Lu Ming, are you willing to take me as your master? I won't ask you to only cultivate one type of concept. You can cultivate as many types as you want. I'll only be responsible for teaching you the concept of wind. How about it? Right at this moment, the Wind Hall Master suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He hadn't expected the Wind Hall Master to suddenly ask to take him as his disciple. Lu Ming, I'm also willing to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? My conditions are the same as Old Man Feng's. I won't restrict you from cultivating other concepts. I'll only teach you the concept of fire. At this moment, the Fire Hall Master also spoke. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Ming in a daze, revealing looks of envy. The Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master both spoke at the same time. They wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple, and they wouldn't interfere with his cultivation of other concepts. In other words, Lu Ming could take several people as his master at the same time. In this way, Lu Ming could take the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master as his master at the same time. How could they not be envious? It was extremely difficult for ordinary geniuses to take a Hall Master as their master. How could it be like now, when several Hall Masters wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple? However, on second thought, it was normal. The talent that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. His future was limitless. If they could take him as their disciple, their faction would definitely be able to flourish in the future. In addition, the Metal Hall Master and the Earth Hall Master were also tempted. Unfortunately, their concepts didn't match Lu Ming's. Naturally, they couldn't take Lu Ming as their disciple. They could only look at the Wind Hall Master and the Fire Hall Master with envy. Look, Lu Ming is stunned. He must be so happy that he's stunned, right? Some people said sourly. At this moment, Lu Ming wasn't stunned. He was thinking and hesitating. Yes, Lu Ming was hesitating. The benefits of being able to take the two Hall Masters as his master were self-evident. Not only would he have two powerful backers, but if he could receive guidance from the two Hall Masters in the wind and fire intent, he would definitely be able to avoid many detours. Lu Ming was very tempted by these 2 points. However, Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming had too many secrets. Not only did he cultivate divine-grade cultivation techniques, but he also cultivated divine-grade martial skills. He also had the 9-dragon bloodline and the Temple of Paragon. Some secrets couldn't be seen at first glance. However, if he took them as his master and stayed too close to them, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't notice. At that time, these secrets would be exposed and he would be in danger. Not to mention many, as long as one of them was exposed, it was hard to guarantee that the Hall Masters wouldn't kill him and steal his treasures. Lu Ming had to consider this point. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Wind and Fire Temple Master, saying, Lu Ming thanks the two Hall Masters for their kindness. However, Lu Ming once took a master and swore that he would never take another master as his master. Here, Lu Ming can only disappoint the two Hall Masters. Lu Ming made up an excuse at the last minute. As soon as he said this, the crowd was shocked and clamored. What? Lu Ming actually rejected it? He actually rejected it? Nestle, did I hear wrong? The two Hall Masters want to take him as their disciple at the same time, and won't interfere with his cultivation of other intents. He actually rejected such good conditions? This is too infuriating. Heavens, if he doesn't want this opportunity, give it to me. Just give me half of it. Many people shouted. However, now no one said that Lu Ming was arrogant. If it was before today, if Lu Ming rejected the two Hall Masters' kindness, there would definitely be a group of people who would stand up and scold him, saying that he was overestimating himself, and that he didn't put the Hall Masters in his eyes. But now, even if there were people who thought so, no one dared to scold him. They were afraid that if Lu Ming's cultivation improved greatly after a period of time, their faces would be slap-swollen. The Wind and Fire Temple Masters were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to reject them. Lu Ming, why don't you think about it again? The Wind Temple Master said. This junior is very grateful for the Wind Temple Master's kindness, but there is an oath that this junior can't go against. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person who doesn't respect his masters. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and said. Seeing this, the Wind Temple Master knew that Lu Ming had made up his mind and let out a long sigh. It was a pity to miss such a good talent. At the side, the Wind Temple Master's eyes flashed with joy. Good. Lu Ming, if you become the disciple of the Wind Temple Master and the Fire Temple Master, then things will be difficult. Now that you have rejected them, haha, you are courting death. Chapter 462. But, right then Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth, which shocked everyone. Was Lu Ming going to change his mind? Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and the sword-shaped plant appeared in the air again. The 9 sword-like leaves exploded with bright sword intent, stirring up the wind and clouds. The palace leaders of Wind, Fire, and Gold all stared at the sword-shaped plant with excitement in their eyes. I am willing to sell this sword-shaped plant to all of you. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Great. Haha. Lu Ming, I will give you 120,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. The palace leader of Wind immediately opened his mouth. It was 20,000 more than the 100,000 he offered before. I will give you 150,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant. Don't fight with me for it. The palace leader of Gold said. Don't fight with you? Old man Gold, you are dreaming. Let me tell you, I am determined to get this sword-shaped plant as well. The palace leader of Wind said coldly, not giving in at all. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Ming, that bastard, wants to sell this sword-shaped plant. Damn it. This sword-shaped plant is mine. The palace leader of Thunder screamed in his mind, his eyes burning with anger. Initially, he was still thinking of how to get his hands on Lu Ming's sword-shaped herb. But if Lu Ming sold it to another palace leader, then his plan would be ruined. He was also very interested in this sword-shaped plant, and wanted to buy it as well. But he could not open his mouth. Even if he did, Lu Ming would not sell it to him. His killing intent towards Lu Ming became even more intense. The palace leaders started to argue with each other. Among the 5 palace leaders, besides the palace leader of Earth, the others were all sword cultivators. They all wanted the sword-shaped plant very much. Seniors, please listen to me. Right then, Lu Ming opened his mouth again. His clear voice was heard from afar. The palace leaders quieted down all of a sudden, looking at Lu Ming. Palace leaders, I have a suggestion. Is it okay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, speak. The Wind Palace Master said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Leaders, this sword-shaped plant, I do not want to sell it for so many top-rank spiritual crystals. Just like the previous bet, I only need 80,000 top-rank spiritual crystals. However, I will not sell it to one person, but to all of you at the same time. This way, all of you can study it together in the future. Isn't that better? Several people comprehending together. The hall masters were taken aback for a moment. After a brief moment of consideration, they nodded in agreement. I have no objections. The Fire Palace Master said. I don't have a concept either. Old Man Jean, what about you? Wind Palace Master looked at Metal Palace Master. Since none of you have any objections, I naturally have no objections either. Palace Master Jean Ji also said. Alright, I'll sell it to Wind, Fire and Gold Palace Masters at the same time. You only need to pay 80,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming smiled. He directly ignored Thunder Palace Master, which made Thunder Palace Master grit his teeth even more. Lu Ming, 80,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals is too little. This sword-shaped herb can be easily sold for hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals in the market. How about this? The 3 of us will each pay 40,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. A total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, to buy this sword-shaped herb. Wind Palace Master said. Alright, let's do it. Fire and Metal Palace Masters nodded. Then, the 3 of them each took out 40,000 top-grade spiritual crystals for a total of 120,000, and gave it to Lu Ming. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming was overjoyed and gave the sword-shaped plant to the 3 palace masters. Haha, Lu Ming, Even if you don't have me as your teacher, if you have any questions about the concept of wind in the future, you can come to me. I will tell you everything I know. After getting the sword-shaped plant, Wind Palace Master was obviously in a good mood. Lu Ming, if you have anything you don't understand about the concept of fire, you can also come to me. Fire Palace Master also smiled. The others were so envious that they almost went crazy. Lu Ming's treatment was too good, wasn't it? Ahem, Lu Ming, if you are interested in the concept of gold in the future, you can come to me. I will teach you with all my heart. Gold Palace Master coughed a few times and said, Hey old monster Jean, don't mislead him. Wind Palace Master glared at Gold Palace Master and shouted. But in the next moment he thought of Lu Ming's insane talent and shut his mouth. Who could guarantee that Lu Ming would not be interested in the concept of gold in the future? Thank you, Gold Palace Master. If Lu Ming wants to comprehend the concept of gold, he will have to trouble you. However, Lu Ming still replied with a serious face. This made many people speechless. Could it be that Lu Ming was really aiming for the concept of gold? Come on, you've already comprehended 3 types of concepts, alright? Many people were speechless. Haha, then let's go. The Wind, Fire and Metal Palace Masters smiled and said. They could not wait to go back and study the sword-shaped herb. With a slight movement of their bodies, the 3 Palace Masters disappeared. Bring your senior brother and follow me back. Thunder Palace Master looked at Qiu Changkong and snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and disappeared as well. Qiu Changkong quickly brought Xue Chao and left. Then, the Earth Hall Master and the other protectors also left one by one. Just like that, the curtains of a thrilling, rarely seen challenge came to an end. Lu. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a while. Your achievements are unforgettable. Jian Fengyun flew towards Lu Ming and said with a sigh. Brother Jian, you are too polite. Lu Ming was just lucky. If Brother Jian is free, why don't you come to the East Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming said with a smile. Jian Fengyun was a righteous person, and Lu Ming recognized him. Just now, Jian Fengyun had also stood up for him. Sure. I have some questions about the martial Dao, and would like to ask Brother Lu. Jian Fengyun said with a flicker in his eyes. Then, the 2 of them flew into the air, and headed towards the East Sky Courtyard. After Lu Ming left, the others quickly left as well. The news about the battle spread like a whirlwind. When Lu Ming and Jian Fengyun returned to the East Sky Courtyard, they sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming took out a bottle of wine, and the 2 of them chatted while drinking. During this time, Jian Fengyun asked Lu Ming about comprehending the concept from force. Lu Ming had comprehended 3 concepts at the same time. He had a deep understanding of the concept from force. He told Jian Fengyun everything he knew and shared his experiences. After listening, Jian Fengyun's eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. Obviously, he had learned a lot. 2 hours later, Jian Fengyun bid farewell and left. Continue to refine my true yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. This time, he had obtained a total of 230,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals from before, he had a total of 240,000 supreme spiritual crystals. It was simply a windfall. Bam! Bam! Immediately, Lu Ming took out 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals and exploded them to refine his true yuan. Chapter 463. 3 days later, in a hall of the Thunder Palace. Master, this disciple is useless. I deserve to die. Please punish me. Xue Chao knelt on the ground, his body trembling. The recovery ability of a king was extremely frightening. In 3 days, Xue Chao's injuries were almost healed. However, the side effects of the exploding yuan pill were not so easily healed. His face was still pale, and his aura was unstable. Beside Xue Chao stood Qiu Changkong, who was keeping quiet out of fear. The Thunder Palace Master sat at the top, his face extremely gloomy. Waves of killing intent were emitted from his body. You are indeed a piece of trash. You are a king, but you actually lost to a half-step king. You have brought shame to your master. The Thunder Palace Master's cold voice resounded. The killing intent on his body became even denser, causing Xue Chao's body to tremble even more. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. After a while, the Thunder Palace Master's voice resounded again. However, it is not entirely your fault. Lu Ming, that little bastard's talent is indeed rare. It far surpasses ordinary geniuses. Even I was shocked. Master, are we going to let that bastard Lu Ming off just like that and let him continue to be arrogant? Qiu Changkong said unwillingly. Of course not. That little bastard Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. The Thunder Palace master smiled eerily. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao's eyes lit up. Qiu Changkong hurriedly said, Master, are you going to personally kill that bastard Lu Ming? Stupid. The Thunder Palace master scolded, causing Qiu Changkong's face to turn pale. That little bastard Lu Ming is very smart. A few days ago, he sold the sword-shaped grass to Old Feng and the others at a low price. It seemed like he suffered a loss, but he actually made a huge profit. At the same time, he won the favor of the 3 palace masters. Now those 3 old fellows favor Lu Ming a lot. If I were to personally kill him, not only would I become a laughingstock, those 3 old fellows would also make things difficult for me. Why would I do such an unwise thing? The Thunder Palace master said. Then, how does master plan to deal with Lu Ming? Xue Chao asked cautiously. Lu Ming has joined the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time. Everyone who joins the Empyrean Divine Guards for a period of time must complete a mission for the Empyrean Divine Palace. This is the duty of every Empyrean Divine Guard. The Thunder Palace master said slowly. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao's eyes lit up. Master wants to tamper with this mission? Xue Chao asked. That's right. When the time comes, I will arrange a special mission for Lu Ming. As long as he dies in this mission, no one will suspect anything. Even if they suspect something, they will have no reason to make trouble for me. Thunder Palace master sneered. Master is wise. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao were overjoyed, bowing deeply to the Lightning Temple master. Yes, Changkong. I know that you have old grudges with Lu Ming. The matters in your hometown, the Burning Sun Empire, have not been completely settled yet. After Lu Ming accepts that mission, you should return to the Burning Sun Empire and settle the matters there. Chao or go with Changkong and assist him. Thunder Palace master instructed. Thank you, master. Qiu Changkong was naturally overjoyed and thanked the Thunder Palace master. However, in the next moment he revealed a worried expression and said, Master, Lu Ming is a lucky guy. He can always turn danger into safety. This disciple is worried that if Lu Ming is lucky enough to survive and knows that I return to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family and friends, he might directly kill his way to the Burning Sun Empire. Now, Qiu Changkong was really scared of Lu Ming. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming didn't die and knew that he went back to deal with his family and friends, he would really be finished. Seeing Qiu Changkong's cowardly appearance, disappointment flashed across the Thunder Palace master's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, Are you doubting my arrangements? Qiu Changkong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly knelt down and said, This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. All right, let me tell you. I have already arranged everything perfectly. When Lu Ming is carrying out the mission, I will also find a way to let Lu Ming know that you have returned to the Burning Sun Empire to deal with his family. If he is lucky enough to survive and returns to the Burning Sun Empire, then he will really be dead. The Thunder Palace master smiled proudly. So master has already made arrangements. This disciple has been overthinking. This disciple admires master's ability to devise strategies. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed and flattered his master. Haha, alright. You guys just wait for the news. As long as Lu Ming accepts the mission and leaves, you guys can also leave. The Thunder Palace master laughed proudly. Lu Ming was still refining his true yuan. It had already been 7 days. This time, Lu Ming had refined his true yuan for 7 days. In 7 days, Lu Ming had used up a total of 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals. After using 50,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming finally converted his true yuan to 99%. In his body, 99% was true yuan, and only 1% was true qi. However, no matter how much Lu Ming refined his true yuan, the last 1% had no effect at all. Indeed, I need to break through to Martial King before my true yuan can reach 100% perfection. Lu Ming sighed. Under Martial King, One could not refine their true yuan to 100%. Although it was only a 1% difference, the difference in strength was huge. 100% meant perfection. It was as smooth as one, and there was no obstruction in the circulation. As for 99%, it meant that there were impurities. The circulation and eruption of true yuan would not be smooth, and there would be obstacles. Now, as long as I can condense an intent talisman for one of the intents, I can break through to Martial King. Lu Ming pondered. Of the three intents, as long as one of them was broken through, Lu Ming could break through to Martial King. After breaking through to Martial King, it would be easier to cultivate the other two intents. Let's start with the intent of thunder. Ever since the thunder cauldron flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, Lu Ming felt like he was bathing in an ocean of intent of thunder. He had a new understanding of intent of thunder at all times. His intent of thunder had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, among the three intents of wind, fire, and thunder, the intent of thunder had become the intent that Lu Ming had the deepest understanding of. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the incomparably huge thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron had not moved during this period, but it kept emitting powerful intent of thunder. Immediately, Lu Ming started to comprehend it. His understanding of intent of thunder deepened, and he was getting closer to being able to condense intent talismans. As long as he comprehended a certain intent to a certain extent, he would be able to materialize the intent and condense it into an intent talisman. In the blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. Half a month had passed since Xiaoqun challenged Xue Chao. On this particular day, a deacon came to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. The Eastern Sky Courtyard's intent of thunder reacted, and Lu Ming opened his eyes from cultivation. Then he walked out of the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming, I am the deacon of the mission hall of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. You have been in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace for some time now. You need to complete a mission for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Chapter 464. So I have to do a mission. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He knew that he had to complete a mission after coming here for a while. What kind of mission is it? Lu Ming asked. After cultivating for such a long time, he also wanted to go out for a walk. Lu Ming, in view of your strength, the mission for you this time is a 2-star mission. Of course, if you think it's too difficult, you can withdraw from this mission. However, once you complete a 2-star mission, the reward will be very generous. The Mission Palace envoy said. Envoy, can I take a look at the mission first? Lu Ming asked. Okay, the content of the mission is in this jade token. Take a look. The Mission Palace envoy waved his hand and a jade token appeared. Then he flew it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. With a thought, the content of the jade token appeared in his mind. After a while, Lu Ming nodded and said, I'll take this 2-star mission. The Mission Palace envoy smiled and said, Good. You're not the only one who has taken this mission. There are a few others. Tomorrow morning, go to the mission reception hall in the Myriad Star City and meet them. Then, we'll set off together. After saying that, the Mission Palace envoy turned and left. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and thought about the content of the mission. The so-called 2-star missions were usually completed by second-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. The second-grade Empyrean Divine Guards were basically Martial King experts. Originally, Lu Ming was a rank 1 Emperor Sky Divine Guard, and should not have taken on a 2-star mission. However, considering the combat strength he had displayed previously, it was normal for him to take on a 2-star mission. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to take on a challenging mission. To Lu Ming, a 1-star mission was not challenging at all. Moreover, after completing it, the reward would be very low. It was purely a waste of time. Then Lu Ming continued to comprehend the thunder will in his sea of consciousness. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Lu Ming left the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. After arriving at the Myriad Star City, he went directly to the Mission Reception Hall. When Lu Ming walked into the Mission Reception Hall, he only saw 3 people gathered together. Of the 3 people, one was a young woman who was about 25 or 26 years old. She was quite good-looking with graceful curves and a moving beauty. In addition, there was a skinny man in his 50s, and the last person was a burly man in his 30s. Each of them had a mission jade token in their hands. Lu Ming took out the task jade card and injected his true qi. Wang. The mission jade plates trembled slightly and glowed on their own. At the same time, the mission jade plates in the other three people's hands also trembled slightly and glowed, resonating with Lu Ming's jade plate. It's them. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to them. He cupped his fists and said, "The three of you, are you also heading to the northern Liang Mountain to investigate the extermination of 2 sects?" Not bad. The burly man in his 30s stood up and cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. However, after he carefully sized up Lu Ming, he frowned. What? The fourth person is you? You're only a half-martial warrior. How could you accept a 2-starred mission? Suddenly, the woman yelled with a tone filled with disdain. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, "What's wrong? I'm indeed a half-martial warrior. Can't I accept a 2-starred mission?" Haha, what a joke. Kid, do you know what a 2-starred mission means? A 2-star mission represents a mission that only martial kings can take on. The three of us are all first-layer martial kings, and are all second-layer Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Furthermore, a 2-starred mission is dangerous even for martial emperors. You're only a half-martial warrior, yet you dare to accept a 2-starred mission. Are you courting death? I really don't know what the people in the mission hall are thinking. Why would they assign a piece of trash to this mission? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said loudly, "He first-layer martial emperor, is it that great?" Lu Ming's face darkened as he said with a cold smile, "First-layer martial emperor is nothing. However, I only need one move to kill you. Kid, I advise you to get lost." The young woman said. "That's enough." Huang Jing stopped talking. At this moment, the burly man said softly. The young woman seemed to be afraid of the burly man. She snorted and shut her mouth, not saying anything else. The burly man smiled and said, "Little brother, I'm sorry. Huang Jing is a bit hot-tempered. Please don't take offense." Lu Ming laughed coldly and did not say anything. The burly man said again, "However, little brother, to be honest, this mission is not something you can accept. Did the mission hall make a mistake? I advise you to go back to the mission hall and apply for another mission." "No need. I've already confirmed this mission. It's suitable for me," Lu Ming said. "Suitable for you? Haha, what a joke. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me tell you, if you're not a martial emperor, you're just an ant. Kid, you can follow us shamelessly, but let me tell you, when you're in danger, we won't help you. Don't even think about dragging us down." The young woman sneered. Don't worry. I'm afraid you'll drag me down," Lu Ming retorted. "What's the use of having a sharp tongue?" The young woman snorted and walked to the side, not saying anything else. "All right, since that's the case, let's go together. However, little brother, if you're really in danger, you'd better run quickly. We won't be able to take care of you then," the burly man said. "Don't worry," Lu Ming said. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Zhenyuan had transformed to 99%. His thunder intent domain was also constantly improving. His battle strength had increased by another level since the battle with Xueqiao half a month ago. Lu Ming was confident that he was not weaker than some veteran martial emperors. The burly man smiled bitterly. He really did not know where Lu Ming's confidence came from. Then the burly man introduced himself. "I'm Su Zhong." Then he pointed at the skinny man in his 50s who had not spoken and said, "This is Song Ke." Lu Ming cupped his fists and nodded at Song Ke. "You already know the name of the last one. Little brother, how should I address you?" Su Zhong asked. "Oh, I'm..." Lu Ming was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted by Huang Jing. "You don't have to introduce yourself. You won't live for long anyway." Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming sneered and did not bother to introduce himself. He stood aside. "All right, let's go then." Su Zhong came out to smooth things over. Then, the four of them left the mission reception hall and soared into the sky, heading north of Myriad Star City. Their mission this time was to go to northern Liang Mountain to investigate the murder of a senior member of a sect. During this period of time, there were a total of 2 sects in northern Liang Mountain. The senior members of the martial ancestor realm and above were innocently slaughtered. The strange thing was that their corpses were all gone after the incident. Chapter 465. Even with Martial King experts guarding the place, they were still slaughtered. This meant that the culprit was definitely a Martial King expert. Their mission was to find the culprit and take him down or kill him. The northern Liang Mountain was located in the north of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. It was 13 million li away from the Myriad Star City. However, with the group's speed, they arrived in 3 days. First, they had to go to the biggest city in the northern Liang Mountain area, Northern Liang City. There was a station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in Northern Liang City. There were already 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine guards there to investigate. Their first task was to meet up with these 2 second-grade Emperor Heaven Divine guards and understand the situation. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not all the Emperor Heaven Divine guards were like Lu Ming and the others. They were all young geniuses. Among the Emperor Heaven Divine guards, there were many older ones. It could be said that there were people of all ages. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection held every 5 years was to recruit geniuses with talent and potential and nurture them. These young Empyrean Divine Guards were undoubtedly treated much better. However, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would recruit some Emperor Heaven Divine Guards through other methods every year. These Emperor Heaven Divine Guards could join as long as one's identity was clear and one's strength was sufficient. There were no requirements for talent. As for these Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they were not treated as well as Lu Ming and the others. They were taught by the Palace Master. They had to rely on themselves to complete various missions for the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and obtain various rewards. Su Zhong and Song Ku were both such Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Lu Ming guessed that Huang Jing should be the same as him. She should be a genius participating in the Emperor Heaven Divine Guard selection. Judging from her age, she should be from the previous batch. Soon, a desolate ancient city appeared before their eyes. The ancient city was very majestic and filled with the aura of time. The 4 of them flew in and arrived at the station of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They also successfully met the other 2 Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The other 2 people were a white-haired old man and a bald man in his 40s. The 2 of them emitted powerful auras. With one look, one could tell that they were Martial King experts. This bald man should be about the same as Su Zhong. He has reached the peak of Martial King realm. He is the strongest among the group. Lu Ming thought to himself, "Brother Su, you're finally here." When the bald man saw Su Zhong, he laughed and cupped his fists. "Brother Wang." Su Zhong cupped his fists and said. The bald man's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others, and his complexion abruptly changed. "Brother Su, what happened? Why is there a little fellow at the half-step king realm with all of you?" The bald man said. Su Zhong smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Wang, this little brother is also here to complete the mission." What? Was he also here to complete the mission? What kind of joke was this? A mere half-step king? Are you courting death? Don't drag us down with you. The bald man shouted. Brother Wang is right. I've already told him to scram back to the mission hall and cancel the mission. But he was stubborn and insisted on following us. He's courting death. We'll just ignore him when the time comes. Huang Jing said coldly. Forget it. If he wants to follow us, then let him. In any case, we won't have the energy to take care of him when the time comes. The bald man said. Then he no longer looked at Lu Ming. They're really looking down on us. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. However, he also knew that it was normal for kings to look down on cultivators below the king realm. He ignored them and sat down on a stone bench at the side. Brother Wang, what's the situation? Su Zhong asked the bald man about the situation. This time, it's mainly the Tianyan sect and the illusory sword sect that were attacked. All the cultivators above the martial ancestor realm in the 2 sects disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. I'll take you to the 2 sects to take a look first, and then I'll tell you the details. The bald man said. All right, then we'll set off immediately. Su Zhong nodded. Immediately, the group of 6 headed towards the Tianyan sect. The Tianyan sect was built on a mountain range. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, and the mountain range was extremely majestic. It was like a fairyland. There were many palaces and pavilions built on the mountain peaks, and people were coming and going. Lu Ming felt that the Tianyin sect was at least 10 times stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Thinking about it, it made sense. With a martial king in charge, it was equivalent to an intermediate empire. How could it not be strong? However, Lu Ming sensed carefully, and did not feel any strong aura in the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few streaks of light flew out from the Tianyin sect. They were martial ancestor realm cultivators. These martial ancestor realm cultivators were not in the Tianyin sect on the day of the attack. Therefore they managed to escape. The bald man explained. Soon, the few of them appeared in front of the group. Greetings to Senior Wang and Senior Lu. The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyin sect hurriedly bowed when they saw the bald man and the white-haired elder. These three are also kings from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The bald man pointed at Su Zhong and the other two, ignoring Lu Ming. Greetings to the three seniors. The few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyin sect bowed respectfully. Their hearts were trembling. They were shocked that so many kings had come at once. Alright, we still have to go in and investigate. You guys lead the way. The bald man instructed. Alright, seniors, please. The leader of the few martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Tianyin sect was a scholarly middle-aged man. He hurriedly said respectfully. The group followed the scholarly middle-aged man and the others and flew into the Tianyin sect. This time our sect was attacked suddenly. All the experts above the martial ancestor realm have disappeared. The scholarly middle-aged man said with a sad face. Moreover, the strangest thing is that according to the situation at the scene and the reaction of the disciples below the martial ancestor realm, those martial ancestor realm experts did not make a sound and disappeared directly. Only the place where the martial king realm patriarch of our sect was in seclusion caused a huge commotion. There were also some traces left at the scene. The scholarly middle-aged man continued to explain, and led them to the place where the patriarch of the Tianyin sect was in seclusion. It was a mountain full of spiritual qi. However, at this moment, the mountain had almost collapsed. There was a deep crack in the middle of the mountain. That was the scar of a blade that had almost split the mountain in half. The group flew down and observed carefully. They also found some traces that seemed to have been made by iron chains. Iron chains? What kind of weapon is this? Su Zhong frowned deeply. According to the situation, the person who attacked must be a martial king realm expert. Therefore, the martial ancestor realm experts did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, the other party could not be too strong. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Tianyin sect would not have been able to resist so fiercely. Huang Jing analyzed. However, according to the disciples, the battle was extremely short. It ended in less than a minute. After that, the patriarch disappeared without a trace. The scholarly middle-aged man added. It's very likely that the other party had more than one king realm expert. Su Zhong frowned and pondered. Lu Ming also looked around carefully. What can a half-step king see? He's just pretending. Huang Jing snorted coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman must be crazy to always pick on him.